Good afternoon and welcome to the meeting. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. Should your phone ring during the meeting, you will be asked to make a £20 donation to the Lord Mayor's charity. A finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 16:35 until 17:05. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and other registrable interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare on any of the other items on the agenda? Thank you. Noted. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, I'd like to also register declare an interest in relation to the same Grafton as I work for University Hospital.
Noted. Any further? Yes, go ahead.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest for item number 10, Route to Net Zero Annual Report. I'm engaged in a number of activities that are referenced in this report.
Thank you. Noted. Go ahead.
Non-exec director for the West Midlands Ambulance Service.
Thank you. Noted. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of January 2023, having been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Once again, I regret that I must begin my announcements with some extremely sad news. It is with great sadness that I advise you of the death of former councillor, Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton, who passed away on the 9th of January following a long illness. Vivian served as a councillor for Bartley Green Ward from 1987 to 1995 and 1998 to 2016, during which time she served on numerous committees and subcommittees. She became an honorary alderman on the 24th of May 2016. Vivian leaves behind her daughter Vanessa, son Lee, and 4 grandchildren. And I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former councillor, Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton, and its appreciation of her devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to Vivian's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence. Thank you. I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton. Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I pay tribute to former councillor Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton on behalf of the Conservative group, but also the residents of Bartley Green. Vivian was a true Brummie in every respect. She was born and raised in Harborne. Ironically, her family home was in Vivian Road, spelt differently. 2 V's, 2 I's, 2 E's, 2 N's. Vivian would often recite to people who were attempting to spell her name. But Vivian attended Harborne School, the old clock tower, which she had very fond memories of, and would often show me photographs of her school and her school teachers. Some years ago, she showed me a picture of a teacher who I was able to identify, and we both discovered that we had actually had the same primary school teacher, despite the generation gap there. Quite amazing. But Vivian later moved to Bartley Green in the early 70s. She moved to a then new estate called the Athol Farm Estate, where she raised her 2 children and where she remained for the rest of her life. Vivian worked at a number of places. In the early years, she worked at the Birmingham Assay Office, as she would often remind me and recite memories when we were driving past coming here to meetings. But she later worked as a dinner lady back in Harborne School, and she worked there until 1987, when she first was elected as a councillor. Vivian got involved in local party politics, and her role, or what she wanted to do, was to raise funds for the local party, and she did this by organising and running jumper sales at the local hall, which was commonplace there. But after a few years, she was eventually persuaded to stand for election, where she was successful in 1987. I have been informed at the conclusion of the count, she complained to my father, "What have I done? I only wanted to and join the party to raise a few funds." And the rest, they say, is history. Now, Vivian served on many committees in this council, but during her time, she served on every committee, association, governing body within Bartley Green Ward. And I think that really showed just how Vivian epitomised the role as a local councillor, as a local representative. Vivian was very, very well known in the community for her hard work and her dedication. There are a few families in Bartley Green that she has not touched with help or advice. Always available to help or assist with people's individual problems. Vivian was very loyal, very patriotic. She was a very loyal Conservative and very, very patriotic, to the point where on St George's Day she would dress down my father and myself for not wearing a red rose. She would extend her full height of 5'4" and inform us or ask why we're not supporting our patron saint. She was also one of the few people that could actually shut John Lyons up. I think a lot of people can relate to that. Vivian was not very outspoken politically within this chamber, but she was very vocal when it came to her residents, their needs and expectations. She was small in stature, but she had a very, very big heart. However, she did not suffer fools easily, especially during the election campaigns and hustings. But at times she couldn't resist a bit of a torment with opposition or opponents at the time, and I hope that Councillor Brooks may be able to recall one of the elections she caught Councillor Brooks up a lamppost, putting a Labour poster up, where she quickly ran over, grabbed hold of the ladder and informed him that his ladders were unsafe, momentarily striking a bit of fear into Councillor Brooks, obviously in jest, of course. Vivian served from 1987 to 2016 with a few years break. She retired in 2016 due to her failing health. This is something that she kept from most people because she was a proud woman. Now, Vivian has been described by people in many complimentary ways, and I feel the most appropriate or relevant really is that she was a truly lovely woman in every way. I know that there's a few members in this chamber that will have fond memories of Vivian, and I would have had the pleasure and the honour to have worked and known Vivian. I'm sure many of those will also agree that she is and she will be sadly missed, not just as a councillor or a colleague, but most of all as a friend. She was a friend to many, and she was certainly a friend to me. On behalf of the Conservative Party, I would like to pass on our deepest condolences to Vivian's family and friends at this very sad time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise on behalf of the Labour Group to pay tribute to former councillor and Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton, who sadly died last month after a lengthy illness. Vivian served her neighbours in Bartley Green for almost 30 years, as you yourself have pointed out, albeit with a short break during the 1990s before ill health forced her to stand down in 2016. And as you would expect, over such a long spell on the council, Vivian's committee membership was something of an A to Z of local government, covering everything from education and special needs to housing, public protection and licensing. As Councillor Lyons has already said, it was on her home patch of Bartley Green that the former dinner lady at Harborne Junior and Infant School really excelled. I know that she had a deserved reputation as a hard-working and dedicated ward councillor, someone who cared deeply about the community that she served. And I'm told she was never happier than when talking to and supporting her residents. That, of course, Lord Mayor, is the bread and butter of this job. We all have our party politics, but much of our work is about signposting, supporting and helping residents interact with the council and its services. And I understand that that's what Vivian really excelled at. Lord Mayor, unfortunately, I never had the pleasure of serving on a committee with Vivian, but I know that anyone who serves this city for almost 30 years is deserving of our gratitude and our respect. So, Lord Mayor, I wish to put on record the Labour Group's thanks to Honorary Alderman Vivian Barton for her contribution to Birmingham and pass on our condolences to her daughter Vanessa, son Lee and her 4 grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to express a tribute from the Liberal Democrat group to Councillor Vivian Barton. We look at her biography and we see a dedicated public servant, and as we have heard, dedicated to the City Council and its governance, but also dedicated to her community in Bartley Green. And I always think it's often so sad that after somebody passes away, we find out more about them than we knew when they were alive. I overlapped in many years with Vivian on the council, but did not know her very well, and like Councillor Ward, I narrowly missed sharing committees with her. I think I had a brief spell on the Housing Committee when she wasn't on it at the beginning of the century. But we have heard what a dedicated servant she was and what a servant to Bartley Green she was. So from our group, that's a kind of councillor we like to see, and we would like to express our tribute to her and our condolences and sorrow and sympathy to her family. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speak button so that you will be shown on the list on my screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions to this afternoon to do so. Please can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate that the petition relates to. And may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee service team will then collect it from you. I'm calling Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition, no to the latest Tower Hill mast, focus team petition. To the Lord Mayor, City of Birmingham, we the undersigned oppose the latest proposals for an additional phone mast and base station in front of the Co-op building at Tower Hill, Walsall Road, on the grounds that this is a community space. An extra base station will add to the clutter and prevent community events taking place here. And can this also go to the planning department, please? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jaka Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition calling for police, the antisocial behaviour team, and all relevant stakeholders to take action regarding complaints of drug dealing and antisocial behaviour at the Texaco petrol station, Coventry Road, Yew Tree Lane Junction in South Yardley. Could this go to relevant department? Thank you.
Councillor Busher-Bee.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition for the removal of 3 fruit-bearing trees to be replaced with fruitless trees. These trees drop inedible fruit annually in front of houses number 2, 21 and 25 on Ward End Road, which makes walking difficult and dangerous when passing. I have 30 signatures to be sent to the relevant department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Barker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by 171 residents of Kings Heath asking to rethink bus routes that have come about since the new year and redirect buses from narrow residential roads to safer streets, and I ask that it is sent to the Highways Department. Thank you.
Councillor Kerry Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition signed by 1,100 residents who are asking that the CNDR service in Birmingham should be maintained in-house and appropriately resourced so that it can continue to deliver the services that parents depend on. Any suggestions to commission out this service should be rejected. I ask that that goes to the Director of Children's Services. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lisa Trickett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from the residents of Institute Road who are calling upon the Council to make representations to West Midlands Combined Authority and the Mayor to use their strategic powers to again stop buses going down narrow, double-parked residential streets.
Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? A petition update has been made available electronically, and I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is to deal with oral questions. We now have questions from members of the public. The indicative time for this item is 20 minutes. There are 5 questions today. The first one? She's not here. Okay. Right, okay. The member of the public that was here for the first question has not arrived.
I can read out the question if you
But this question I will read out and it will be responded to in writing. And it was from it was a question for Cabinet Member of Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, from Chris Hennigan. What action do the Council take to ensure they maintain responsibility for the sections of river for which they have riparian ownership? I am aware of land that is not inspected or maintained, and as the leaseholder, will the Council look to review and ensure change to the reduced risk to others on the watercourse? That will be responded to in writing. The second question is for the Cabinet Member of Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton, from Mika Abdullah-Eva, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Mika, could I ask you to put your question, please?
They will be threatened with the deportation to Rwanda and have no control over their own lives. Therefore, I ask, what actions will Birmingham City Council be taking to fulfill its pledge to fight against these laws? Thank you.
Call upon Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much, Mika, for your question and for sharing your story with us today. I think it's a powerful reminder of the deeply unjust way that our asylum system treats people and of why we, as a proud city of sanctuary, need to call out and challenge these very injustices. And we know that these injustices, whether it's the ban on those seeking asylum being able to work, whether it's the appalling warehousing of people and families in so-called contingency hotels, the shocking conditions that many are made to live in as a result of our asylum system, all of these have been made worse by the recent Nationality and Borders Bill. It is a pernicious piece of legislation that's creating a two-tier system, penalising people for seeking safety based simply on the journeys that they make. People seeking sanctuary, including Ukrainian and Afghan refugees who reach the UK via unofficial routes, effectively criminalised and threatened with deportation. So it fails on moral grounds and it fails on practical grounds too. The backlogging process in applications remains huge. The warehousing of people in accommodation centres and other wholly unsuitable places, leading to scandals like we've seen at Manston, continues. And we're also seeing public money being wasted on a wholly unworkable and unethical Rwanda scheme. So, like you, Mika, I'm very proud that in December, members of this council, led by the Labour group but with the support of our Liberal Democrat and Green colleagues, said an unequivocal no to these anti-refugee laws by voting to become the first local authority to sign this national pledge. I've already written to the Prime Minister setting out the Council's clear position on this legislation and the case for change, a case that's supported by a national coalition of councillors, MPs, cross-party, charities and experts. Locally, we're working with our City of Sanctuary partners to challenge the poor treatment of people trapped in the asylum system, including that substandard accommodation, and demanding that the private contractors who are paid by the government to deliver this support are properly held to account. And we'll also be challenging the changes to the modern slavery legislation and the decision not to appoint a new modern slavery commissioner. I assure you that we will do everything within our power to oppose this legislation.
Thank you, Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The third question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Richard Painter, who is here in attendance at today's meeting. Richard, could I ask you to put your question, please?
Good afternoon. Barclays is Europe's biggest fossil fuel funder, lending over £4 billion for new fossil funds projects in 2021 alone. Birmingham City Council is Europe's largest council and uses Barclays for its main banking operations, as well as for treasury investments, with liquid deposits in excess of £40 million, as well as investments with Barclays of around £5 million. This means that this council is directly funding new fossil fuel projects and has been for years. There are numerous examples of egregious investments by Barclays, funded in part by Birmingham City Council. Considering this chamber declared a climate change emergency in June 2019, will the leader undertake to share with residents plans for divestment of its liquid investments away from Barclays over the next 3 months, or share the reason why they believe this cannot be achieved? Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Richard, for this question. This is a highly technical part of the City Council's operation and somewhat complicated. So, as part of its current Treasury management policy, the Council recognises it may have temporary surplus cash whilst managing its cash flows, and will invest this in a manner that aims to control the investment risk as much as possible. This includes only investing in high credit quality investments and setting investment limits for each investment counterparty in order to minimise credit risk. That is, the risk that the investment may default. The Council's investment limits are set in consultation with its Treasury advisors and are based on credit ratings monitored on a real-time basis. As a result, the Council's main banker, Barclays, has a current investment limit of £15 million. Therefore, the Council will not deposit more than £15 million with Barclays at any one time. The Council's Treasury management policy also states that it seeks to be a responsible investor and will consider environmental, social and governance factors within the narrow scope of its investments and avoid investment in companies whose business do not have regard to ESG objectives. The Council believes Barclays do have regard to ESG objectives, although the Council is aware of the reporting of fossil fuel project financing by UK banks, which includes Barclays. It is also aware of the wide-ranging steps that Barclays have taken to address climate change. It's also my understanding that Barclays are focused on expanding their own green and sustainable financing activities. They've also confirmed that they're committed to Birmingham and the social value they can bring to the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. The fourth question is to the Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Families, Councillor Karen McCarthy, from Evelyn Armstrong, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Evelyn, could I ask you to put your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What is going to happen to the Special Educational Needs and Disability Information, Advice and Support Service that gave representation that was available to me but is currently not, and many other parents in Birmingham? Is this going to continue in this new CENDIAS that has now been set up? If not, why?
Councillor Karen McCarthy to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Ms Armstrong, for your question, which I'm going to answer as submitted rather than with the extra points you added in. I do understand that there has been concern on the future of the CENDIAS service. I would like to reassure you and other families, as well as colleagues in the chamber, that the CENDIAS team is continuing to provide information, advice and support, including with the tribunal process. It is a statutory and much valued service. The team discusses with families on a case-by-case basis what the most appropriate support is. And this support can include representation at tribunal. The team is continuing to represent families where this is needed. I'd encourage families to contact the team to discuss the support they need, and for colleagues to encourage families to do the same. And just to read into the record, the contact email address for the team is sendias@birmingham.gov.uk. Thank you.
The fifth question is for the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, from Stephen Salter, who is unable to attend today's meeting. A written response to the question will be provided to Mr. Salter after the conclusion of this meeting. The next section is for the oral questions from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of the West Midlands Joint Authority or ward forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. The time for this section is up to 10 minutes. As always, could I please request that you do not start your question or reply until the red light appears on your microphone to show that it is switched on. Could I please ask that before asking a question, you give the name as well as a designation of the councillor to whom the question is addressed. I will now call Mumtaz Hussain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am still here. This question is for Phil Davies, Chair of Licensing. Shared drives and alleyways around Deacon Avenue have been piled with household waste towering over 6 foot high. Will the Chair support the Council's power to identify and prosecute for activity? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hussain, for that question. I'm not sure whether it's directed to me as the best person, but I'm happy to say that there is an enforcement process in hand. We receive regular reports of prosecutions in terms of fly tipping, and more information is available on request. Indeed, in today's information circulated for the pre-meeting information sessions, there is a list of prosecutions, which includes some waste prosecutions. So that information is available, and of course, any complaints are, I'm sure, rigorously pursued by my colleague, Councillor Majid, who looks after the obviously the waste function from the Cabinet end. Thank you.
Councillor David Barker, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Chair of the Hall Green South Ward Forum, Councillor Tim Huxtable. In December last year, he presented a petition to the Council suggesting almost all businesses in my ward of Bramwood and Kings Heath oppose the LTN scheme. It was then passed on to the relevant departments ahead of a Cabinet report considering the scheme's expansion. And businesses have since then been in touch to say that actually it was a faked survey, that information was at best misleading, that they had not been contacted but had been recorded as voting one way. And my question is, was he aware that it was in any way dubious? Did he not check before submitting it? And would he now like to apologise for inadvertently misleading the Council? Thank you.
Councillor to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Barker, for his question. I submitted the petition not in my capacity as the chairman of the Hall Green South Forum, but in my capacity as the Shadow Cabinet Member for Transport. So if he would like to re-ask the question, I'd be happy to answer that in that capacity. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The next section is for oral questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary. Can we have just one meeting, please? I'll start again, shall I? The next section is for the oral questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Can I call on Councillor Alex Yip?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Children's, Young People and Families, Councillor Karen MacArthur. In answer to your written question C6, And again, following on from the public question from Evelyn, you appear to stop short of providing reassurance where it is being sought. We asked if parents with ongoing appeals are still receiving representation from Sendias. Your response only confirms that advice and support will be provided, which, as you know, is not quite the same thing. Is it not the case that rather than reports that the mother was told that she would have to represent herself being part of the misunderstanding, is it in fact true that a number of parents have now found themselves without representation partway through a very complex and stressful process? Can the Cabinet Member confirm that Sendias is providing staff to support staff and parents with ongoing appeals? Thank you.
Councillor to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Yip, for your question. I'll reiterate what I just told Ms Armstrong, which is that the support is there at all stages, if required, including at the tribunal itself. Thank you.
Is there a supplementary? Councillor Yip, is there a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Grateful for the Cabinet Member confirming that support is available at all stages, including at tribunal. You also said that there will be no impact on the delivery of the service. Do you believe that parents are receiving the same level of support today as they were this time last year?
Cabinet Member to reply.
In terms of the core Sendias service, then that support is still available to parents going through or thinking of going through the tribunal process. As you know from your lengthy experience with children's services, there have been other functions attached to Sendias which are currently being disentangled and transferred to the Children's Trust.
Councillor Izzy Knowles.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor John Cotton. The Moseley and Kings Heath Public Space Protection Order expired at the end of October 2020. The updated evidence package was submitted to the Community Safety Team in June 2022, and we were informed it was with the legal team in October. Antisocial behaviour across Moseley and Kings Heath has not gone away. It will soon be into the summer and the incidents will increase. So my question is, when will the Moseley and Kings Heath PSPO be renewed?
Councillor to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Knowles, for bringing this matter to my attention. I understand that the police evidence, as you say, has been collated and it is sat with legal services. I'll be very happy to see what we can do to expedite that process, and perhaps we could have a conversation outside of this meeting about making sure that happens.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I would very much welcome that, because we were informed it was with legal services in October and it will be going to consultation in November, and both myself and Councillor Jenkins have been pushing this for some months, so I welcome that conversation. Thank you.
Cabinet Member to reply.
I think just say, Lord Mayor, I look forward to having that conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Debbie Clancy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Karen McCarthy, Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Families. Last night, a report was published on the Cabinet agenda in your name recommending the outsourcing of Sendias. The press, including the BBC and the Birmingham Mail, have already run stories on this in good faith. This morning, that report seems to have been removed from the agenda, following the Labour group last night, where I understand a vote took place. Given you personally signed off this recommendation and wanted it to go to Cabinet, can you inform the Chamber what has happened to this report and inform parents' concerns about the future of Sendias of what is now happening?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Your interest and withdraw from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Member Councillor McCarthy to respond.
Colleagues who attend Cabinet will be aware that I am always keen that reports should appear on Cabinet agendas and rather than go as late reports. It seems on this occasion this has caught me out. I do believe that there are more discussions to be had around this subject, and I will continue to have those in order to resolve the situation.
Do you have a supplementary?
Your support for outsourcing Sendias is now a matter of public record, as it appears is your failure to convince fellow councillors and, most importantly, parents, that this is the right course of action. Some members of your group have publicly stated that they believe Sendias is now a confidence issue. What do you believe this says about the confidence fellow members and, above all, parents should have in your ability to lead this portfolio?
Councillor McCarthy to reply.
Councillor Clancy is well aware that the whole of our SEND services are subject to the statutory direction for the DFE and the role of the Commissioner and the SEND Improvement Board. I will continue to work with them, with members and with parents to resolve these issues and get the improvements we need for all of our children in the city with additional needs.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities. My question follows on from questioning I introduced at the most recent Coordinating Scrutiny. Lord Mayor, Councillor Cotton will know very well how deeply I care about working to combat anti-Semitism wherever it may arise. It is an issue I pour a lot of emotional effort into fighting. As I pointed out at Coordinating Scrutiny, we will be seeing billboards across our city showcasing that if you are Jewish in the UK, you are 500% more likely to suffer hate crime. We're in the top 5 for anti-Semitic hatred on university campuses and in the top 5 for anti-Semitism across UK cities. Given this, will the Cabinet Member ensure that the City strategy and action plan for tackling hate crime puts the right support in place for our Jewish communities and ensures that we and our partners are taking every step to challenge and root out anti-Semitism in our city?
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Deakin makes absolutely clear, anti-Semitism is a vile and a malignant crime. There can be absolutely no place for it in our city, and we must be vigilant in challenging anti-Semitism wherever it tries to take root. And I think that means that we must lead by example. So that's why this council has not only formally adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism through a vote in this chamber, but it has also added that definition to our formal equality objectives. Our Tackling Hate, Taking Action hate crime plan is being led by a partnership of city organisations, which includes representatives of Birmingham's Jewish community. And we're working together to deliver hate crime awareness in our primary and secondary schools, to develop allyship programmes, and to create more third-party reporting centres so people can come forward to report acts of hate and get the support and justice they need. We're also ensuring that our communities never forget the horror and brutality to which anti-Semitism leads. I'm very proud, as I'm sure we all are, that this city continues to mark Holocaust Memorial Day with a civic event, and we will be working with our Jewish communities and partners to ensure we continue to raise awareness and understanding across our city. And this also applies to other appalling acts of racism and genocide, which is why I was honoured to also join with our Bosnian and Muslim communities this month to plant trees in the Peace Garden as part of our formal Remembering Srebrenica commemorations as well. We'll continue to work on and expand these vital actions in partnership with community organisations. And as I said to Councillor Deakin at the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee, Iron officers are happy to meet with other organisations to take this work forward. Anti-Semitism and racism are evil. They have no place in Birmingham, and we will be relentless in rooting them out. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cotton, for his answer. When tensions are high in Israel and Palestine, and when violence breaks out, the impact on Jewish people here in the UK sees an increase in anti-Semitic hatred. I wonder whether, as a council, we could explore what educational comms and engagements we may be able to put out at these times in order to try and reduce the impact that such incidents have on Jewish people here in the UK?
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's absolutely vital we do everything we can to ensure that communities are supported, they can have confidence in coming forward when incidents of hate occur, and get not just immediate support following an incident, but they get justice as well. And that's exactly what we're seeking to do through the Tackling Hate Taking Action Plan. But clearly, we know that we have to go further. It's not just about reacting swiftly to incidents, but tackling the hateful narratives that drive anti-Semitism. So we'll be looking at what further steps we need to take as part of that engagement and education work with local communities. Again, I'll be very happy to discuss this with community organisations, as I have in the past. I think we've got to work together and be eternally vigilant and do everything that we can to stop hate taking root anywhere in this city. So very happy to explore those conversations as well, Councillor Deakin. Thank you.
Councillor Miriam John.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Cotton. Councillor Brennan recently took part in an interview with Metro UK discussing victims resorting to Facebook to protect each other. Has Councillor Brennan contacted or discussed this with yourself, as you are the Cabinet Member for Safety Partnership? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Brennan and I have conversations on many issues appertaining to domestic abuse and other areas of the community safety partnership activity, as you would expect.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can you provide us with the update and your findings, please? Thank you very much.
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Not entirely clear on what I should be updating, but can I say to Councillor Jan, the city's domestic abuse prevention strategy is currently being reviewed and renewed. There will be a discussion at the next coordinating scrutiny committee, because I'm keen to get the input of a wider group of elected members into that work. I suggest that we perhaps pick that up as part of that conversation. I'm certainly keen to ensure that we do everything that we can, not only to tackle incidents of domestic abuse and provide justice to victims, but also tackle the underlying drivers of domestic abuse, and we clearly all have a responsibility to ensure that we're doing everything that we can across our agencies to make that happen. Thank you.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements. Can the Cabinet Member outline any recent progress on the work to refresh the road safety strategy and tackling road safety on roads like Broad Lane, which she kindly came and visited a few months ago? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pritchard, for your question. At the moment, all I can do is confirm that the road safety strategy is being updated, and I'm happy to come back to you with a more detailed answer in written form. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for her response. According to the recent Cabinet report allocating surplus revenues from the CAS, that could still be, according to my calculations at least, around 6 million or maybe even more, depending on how much more money the CAS makes, projects a surplus over the lifetime of the scheme that haven't yet been allocated. When I asked about road safety schemes for Broad Lane in my ward and other similar roads across the city to help address the speeding issues, the answer has always been that there's a limited road safety budget, and so schemes have to be prioritised, and the only roads that are really, really dangerous enough will have a road safety scheme. So, my question is, would the Cabinet Member look into allocating any future unallocated surplus from the CAS fund to fund more road safety schemes in future and lower the threshold that's required for road safety interventions so more roads like Broad Lane in my ward can benefit? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Clements to reply.
Thanks very much for the supplementary, Councillor Pritchard. I'll, of course, be taking advice from officers as they go through the process of updating the road safety strategy and the prioritisation methodology. And as to the use of the net surplus revenues from the clean air zone, and the uses of that are prescribed by the charging order. And again, I'll be taking advice from my officers on that. Thank you.
Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Equalities, Councillor John Cotton. Last night, I was informed that the Birmingham LGBT Centre was subject to a homophobic attack. I would declare that I'm a trustee of that. Someone has gone along and scraped into the door, and apologies for the language, Lord Mayor, dirty bastards. This is the 4th time an incident has happened at that centre. Can the Cabinet Member provide an update on the LGBT Action Plan that was launched last year in relation to homophobic attacks in Birmingham?
Councillor Cotton to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Moore, for raising that. That is a truly appalling act, and I'm sure that all of us stand in unity in opposing what has happened and calling out those responsible. I'm also very happy to come and meet with the LGBT Centre and your trustees on this issue. We did implement all of the actions that were set out in the plan that we circulated following attacks last year. That included upgrading to CCTV, improvements to lighting, and indeed I was back out with members of Southside Bid, businesses and community representatives just a couple of weeks ago for a further walkabout to look at other community safety issues in the gay village and the surrounding area. But I'm deeply, deeply appalled and shocked by the incident that you've described, and again it just shows how we need to stand together and ensure that those who try to spread division and hatred in this community are called out and brought to account.
Supplementary.
I do, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much, and I'm grateful for the Cabinet Member's offer, because that was going to be my supplementary, because I know certainly one of the concerns that the centre has is the lack of CCTV coverage around that location. And I know certainly some of the homophobic attacks that took place last year were also in the vicinity. Southside Bid have also raised concerns around the issues around horse fairs. So what is particularly concerning, Lord Mayor, is that this incident took place during the day. So someone had the balls to go up along and scratch that into the door in the day when that centre was open, so that that person could have bumped into staff or vulnerable users using that centre, which is a particular concern to me. So I would be grateful if the Cabinet Member would visit and we could perhaps look at review of what safety measures can be put in place, such as CCTV, which I know the Director, Steph Keeble, is very keen on. So anything that can be done to help with that, moving it forward, would be much appreciated.
Councillor Cotton, would you like to reply?
Yes, Lord Mayor, and as I've indicated, very happy to meet, and I'll be in touch about arranging a date to do just that. Thank you.
Councillor Kenwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements. Does the Cabinet Member believe that it's acceptable that a contractor that receives over £1 million a week to look after our roads has failed repeatedly to answer requests for confirmation, not only from me as a ward councillor, but even herself as Cabinet Member, as to when three roads in my ward will be resurfaced, despite the contractor themselves confirming that they do need resurfaced?
Councillor Clements to reply.
Thanks very much for your question, Councillor Wood. And we've corresponded about those roads in your ward, and as you said, I've attempted to help you. So I agree that in this instance, the responses that you've had probably haven't come up to the standard that we expect. So I'm happy to follow that up with you outside this meeting. And just to say that in the negotiations we've got at the moment about the future PFI, the standards of customer handling, customer service will be very much on our minds as we re-procure that. Thanks very much.
Do you have a supplementary?
I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member for that reassurance that she will take that back, because that was, funnily enough, going to be my supplementary question, to ask her to commit to taking our case back to the contractor and basically demanding an answer, because I think it's disgusting that a contractor that is receiving so much taxpayer money from us is treating us with contempt. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your comeback.
Councillor Clements would like to reply.
I don't think I'd need to add that much. Yes, I will come back to you. And I think that we saw, in the days of Amy, some very, very poor customer service. I think it actually has overall improved at the moment with Kia as our contractors. But I see some of the responses because I receive them myself when I raise pieces of casework, and sometimes I can see that the standard answers are frustrating. So we do need to ensure that we've got the highest standards in the new procurement when that's concluded. Thank you.
The final section under oral questions is for questions from councillors other than Cabinet Members to the Leader or Deputy Leader. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. Could any member wishing to ask a question please press your speaker button now. I will now call Councillor Richard Parkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the leader, and for a change, it's not connected to Sutton Coldfield, but something we have something in common. As a fellow Blue Nose, Councillor Ian Ward will no doubt join me in welcoming recent news of potential new investment in Birmingham City Football Club, which, as he knows, has suffered from years of poor management and poor results. Will he agree with me that a new ownership structure is urgently needed to replace the current owners who have consistently failed to act in the best interests of the club that proudly bears this city's name? And has he met with any representatives from the investment consortium, and will he be offering any support and assistance that the council is in a position to provide to potential investors? Thank you.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. That question has immediately divided the community here in the city, of course. I have to say, I have been a Birmingham City supporter my entire life, having grown up in the east of Birmingham. It's not been a fantastic experience. I think one trophy won in that entire period. So I absolutely agree that there is the need for new investment in Birmingham City Football Club. It is, of course, the football club that carries the city's name. And if we could have a successful Birmingham City Football Club, then I do believe that would help to transform the image of the city of Birmingham the same way that Manchester United really account for much of the reputation of Manchester around the world. I'm unable to talk about potential investors and whether or not I may have met with them, but what I can confirm is that if new investors come forward and they have an ambitious plan for the club, then the City Council will do what it can to support the system.
Do you have a supplementary?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council. Lend-Lease, the Council's developer of choice for the Athletes' Village and Smithfields, is one of a handful of major developers reported as still holding out against the Secretary of State's instructions to sign up to a commitment to repair unsafe buildings. Concerns about the safety of a number of Lend-Lease properties in the city have been raised directly, I understand, with the Leader and the Council, by individuals as well as groups such as the Birmingham Leaseholders Action Group, who've been doing a huge amount of work in this area. So far, the Leader and the Council appear to have resisted calls to take a tougher stance against the developer, Lord Mayor. Will the Leader therefore confirm today that he will put resident safety above large contracts with international firms for flagship projects, and announce that the Council will issue a notice saying they will not work with contractors who refuse to accept responsibility for cladding on buildings they built? And will they ban such developers from working with the Council going forward?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Can I say, first of all, that the cladding issue that has arisen in this country, following on, of course, from the tragic incident at Grenfell in London, where tens of people lost their lives, is something that is to be regretted. I think it is a stain on the reputation of this country, because as the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, recently admitted, the advice that was being issued by government and the guidance that was published around this was simply not clear. And there were warning signs with fires in other tower blocks subject to this sort of cladding, both in this country and elsewhere, that should have alerted us all to the danger that those people were undertaking in living in a building with the cladding that was on Grenfell. Having said all of that, the public inquiry that has been launched will report later this year and will no doubt bring forward recommendations, and we will, all of us, look at those recommendations very, very carefully. I am aware of the issues with Lend-Lease and buildings that they have constructed that have cladding that needs to be replaced, and we are indeed talking to Lend-Lease about those matters. Unfortunately, I'm unable to commit myself to the request that Councillor Alden has made, because that would place the Council in a very, very precarious position.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. The Secretary of State has given developers a 6-week deadline to sign the new contracts and to take action to improve the safety of their buildings. What assessment, therefore, Lord Mayor, has the leader made of the risks to the Smithfield proposals if Lend-Lease does not adhere to the Secretary of State's orders and therefore could face possible sanctions, including the removal of planning permissions?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I do think the Secretary of State has taken a very bold and very interesting position around all of this. As I've already said, we are in discussions with Lend-Lease, but we'll await further developments from the Secretary of State.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My questions to the Leader of the Council, and today is an important date in the Council calendar because it's been the publication of the annual Council budget and financial plan. And I wanted to ask the Leader a couple of questions around the document, which I've been reading carefully overnight. First of all, there's £48 million worth of savings in that document, of which £11 million apparently to come from vacancy turnover management. Could the Leader tell us how that is going to work in a way to prioritise posts to ensure that a process such as that, which we know it happens informally, but for it to happen formally is very unusual, how will the posts be prioritised to ensure that it doesn't lead to the Council grinding to a halt as posts are not filled?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The turnover of staff and therefore vacancies rising in the organisation is something that's common to all large organisations, whether they be in the public or the private sector. Obviously, this process is managed to ensure that the Council can continue to function.
Do you have a supplementary?
The 5% council tax increase is going to be a hard ask of the public at this time, and they're going to want to know where their money is being spent and if it's being spent well. So far, unusually, there's been very, very limited public consultation around this budget. I think 14 people attended a Facebook event last week with not much information shared. What is the Council Leader going to do to build public reassurance, particularly when the public see things like the repaving of Victoria Square, which appears to be £1.5 million of public money spent on an area that was already paved? What is the Leader going to do to reassure the public that their money is being spent well and wisely, particularly if they see services slowing down? How is that confidence going to be built if that is to be levied?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't really understand the comment about services slowing down. That's not the intention of the Council. Can I say I share somewhat, though, his disappointment about the Facebook Live event and just the 13 people watching. Going to say through you, Lord Mayor, too, Councillor Hunt, I did do my best. I was very open. I'm disappointed there weren't more viewers, but I did my best to answer all of the questions that were put forward and give as much information as I possibly could. As to the council tax increase, the government, as Councillor Hunt will be well aware, has an expectation, first of all, that local authorities will implement the 2.99% increase without a ballot. That's built into all their numbers. Also built into the government numbers about increased public spending is the additional 2% adult social care levy. So there's an expectation on local authorities that they take that increase as well. Birmingham City Council, as Councillor Hunt will now be aware, having read the documentation, will be increasing council tax therefore by 4.99%. It's our every intention to put that money to good use and to ensure that the taxpayers get value for money from that increase in taxation. I've had to say on several occasions in this chamber, Lord Mayor, because certainly members of the Liberal Democrat Party don't seem to understand the way these things work, but the investment in public realm is an investment in jobs in this city. Investment in public realm attracts investment into the city as a whole. It helps us create the jobs that we'll need in the future. It helps us build the homes that we're going to need in the future. The city centre is 2/3 of the Birmingham economy. If we stop investing in the city centre, if we stop making that commitment, the whole city will catch a cold. And we'll be back to where we were during the awful Thatcher years of the 1980s, when we saw unemployment rates in this city, in some wards, in excess of 50%. That is why we do these things. That is why we seek to continue to drive investment into this city. It's about the people of Birmingham and jobs.
Thank you. Councillor Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the leader of the council, Councillor Yan Ward. The housing development nearly took place in Athletic Village in Perivar. Can the leader tell this chamber how many of these flats will be sold to the, the public?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I believe I can answer this. There's a lot of numbers involved. The Perivar Residential Scheme Phase 1 features a planning consent for 1,414 new homes across 11 development plots. 4 development plots are currently under construction. They are plots 6, 7, 8 and 9, and they will deliver a total of 968 new homes. Plots 8 and 9 have been identified for sale to the general public, comprising a total of 430 apartments, 168 are one-bedroom apartments and 262 are two-bedroom apartments. At completion, plot 6 will comprise 268 age-restricted extra care apartments, and plot 7 will feature 270 apartments for rent. Plot 6 may feature a number of homes for sale for residents aged 55 and older, but please note that this is dependent on the final purchaser/operator of that particular plot. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lydia. Yes, how many of this, the house will be sold? And, the new buyer, will they get any discount when they buy this property? Thank you.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to say that the City Council has secured access to the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities First Homes pilot scheme. First Homes aims to support qualifying first-time buyers to buy a new home with a discount of 30% from market value. The discount will apply to the home in perpetuity, meaning that generations of future buyers and the local community will continue to benefit each and every time the property is sold. Thank you.
Councillor Ewan Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is for Bridget Jones, Deputy Leader of the Council. Apprenticeships have many advantages for the apprentice, giving hands-on experience, benefiting from support systems and learning aids, getting paid to learn, gaining industry-recognised qualifications, improved employability, choice of many programmes are but a few of these opportunities. Will you join with me in welcoming the continued funding these schemes receive from the Conservative Government? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can agree that apprenticeships are a fantastic way for young people to get into work. We don't have enough of them in this country and this city, and we need to increase the supply of them to provide a route for young people to get into the careers that they can thrive in. Whilst I welcome any funding from the government with open arms, it is no secret that our skills landscape is a mess when it comes to funding, and that what we have lost due to EU funds being stripped away from us is not being replaced by the Conservative Government through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. So whilst I welcome what we are given, I would ask Councillor Mackey to join me in lobbying the government to make sure they make good on their promises and replace what they've stripped away from us that we used to get from the EU properly through UK SPF. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do indeed. Thank you very much. I think we can agree that every penny spent on apprenticeships is vitally important. So why is Birmingham City Council looking to return £450,000 to the Treasury as is unable to spend the money given to it from the government on apprenticeships? What message does this give to Birmingham's young people looking to get into the employment market? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Funnily enough, that's exactly the same question I asked of officers quite recently. The pandemic did disrupt some of our learning routes for our staff. However, I think our officers need to be given the opportunity to be the very best they can be at work. So the challenge I have put down to officers is to make sure we are spending every penny of our apprenticeship levy going forward on our officers and on creating apprenticeships and learning opportunities to make sure they're fulfilling their full potential and are able to pick up fantastic new skills and to serve the public the best they can be doing. And very happy to provide further information on that as we go forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. The Leader will probably share my disappointment at the result of the levelling up bids for Birmingham and in particular Druids Heath. And I note the letter that has already been sent and other representations are already made to government on this matter since the announcement. But my question is, what will he be doing going forward to ensure that the Druids Heath development will still be funded? And as an aside, I note from the answer to my written question that the £305,000 was spent on these levelling up bids, and will he be asking for that money back from government, considering their favourite game of moving goalposts? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just in respect of that last part of the question about the cost of putting in those bids, we are continuing to consider all the options that are open to the Council. I do share Councillor Pritchard's disappointment at the outcome of the second round of levelling up bids. It does seem to me that the government have not played this with a straight bat. So once all of the local authorities had submitted their bids, the government made a change to the way they were going to assess bids going in, and they wrote into the assessment process that local authorities have been successful in round one would not be successful in round two. This is somewhat puzzling, given that the levelling up funds were not based upon local authority areas, but based instead on parliamentary constituencies. So this change, what it's had the effect of doing is discriminating against constituencies that were either not submitted in round one or unsuccessful in round one if they were part of a local authority area where there were successful bids in round one. And that obviously applies to Birmingham. And I know the Leader of the Opposition shares my disappointment in this, because Erdington CLP was excluded as a result, as was the area of Druids Heath, which was the subject of one of our other bids in round two. There was a bid made for the Tyseley Energy Park, which is again very, very disappointing that was not successful, and there were others that were not successful in round two. So I've written to the Secretary of State, and I await a response from the Secretary of State about this, but I have to say we are not now sitting back and waiting for the government. To be quite honest, I've somewhat given up on this government helping the City of Birmingham. Therefore, we're talking to all of our partners who were part of bids submitted in round two, and we are determined to achieve a plan B for all those bids.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Leader for his response. My follow-up is, will he ensure that whatever the plan B is, particularly for Druids Heath, that it isn't at the expense of social housing being built as part of that redevelopment? And does he still commit to ensuring that there won't be a net loss of social housing as a result of the redevelopment, and stick to the 10% increase that he originally committed to, despite the fact at the moment there is not the funding for the wider aspects of the regeneration? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I stand by what I've said in the past about the Druids Heath area and the need to regenerate that community. As I've also said to Councillor Pritchard in the past, this started off not really as a regeneration scheme, but it started off really as a housing renewal scheme with a budget of £50 million. As Councillor Pritchard knows, we have worked over recent years and months to expand this scheme, to lever in more resources in order that we can deliver for this community the best possible future that the City Council can, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is to Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. I'm grateful to his reply to the residents of the bank, Richard, regarding Barclays and efforts to perhaps move Barclays, Council's banking away from Barclays. He references Barclays' ESG credentials. I note in a quick Google search that Barclays doesn't fit in the top 5 of banks in its ESG credentials, and it's got a particularly low environmental risk score. So the ESG is a set of standards on a company's behaviour regarding environmental, social and governance. Will the Leader commit just to look at options and perhaps alternatives, just to consider moving the Council's daily banking current accounts away from Barclays to perhaps another bank with perhaps a better ESG rating? Just asking him to consider whether he would ask Council to look at this, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I never close my mind to arguments.
Do you have a supplementary? No supplementary. Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The cost of living continues to impact people in Nechells, with food, fuel, energy and other prices going up, so much so that Aston Nechells Food Bank had their busiest ever week before Christmas. Could the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, please give an update on the continuing work to help people through this crisis?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am proud of the response that the City has made to the cost of living crisis. This council was the first to declare a cost of living emergency and immediately dedicated some £5 million to supporting our residents. Since then, our faith and voluntary communities have stepped up and opened their doors, offering our citizens warm and welcoming spaces. We now have over 130 warm welcome spaces across the city, which is testament to the goodwill of the people of our city. Lord Mayor, this council has also provided £500,000 of funding for food banks and pantries across the city, and our specialist teams have helped people to access over £500,000 of benefits and grants, including 5-figure fees for some families. We know that this crisis is going to continue, with energy bills set to rise by a further 40% in April. So we will continue to do all we can to support our residents, and we have earmarked a further £6 million in next year's budget to offer targeted support for vulnerable adults right across the city. Thank you.
Councillor David Barker. Oh, sorry, supplementary. Sorry about that. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ward. I recently met with Severn Trent about their new partnership scheme with Birmingham City Council, which looks to address poverty in the West Midlands, starting in East Birmingham, including Nechells. The project aims to help 100,000 people over the next decade, helping people to get into employment and offering skills and employability training. Will the Leader join me in welcoming the scheme and the positive impact that it will have for the people in Nechells, East Birmingham and beyond?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was delighted to join Severn Trent for the launch of this new partnership scheme, which, as has been said, will help to transform lives across East Birmingham. Our East Birmingham Inclusive Growth Plan sets out how we are going to work with partners across the city to improve their lives and life chances for some of the most deprived communities in the country. And as this scheme develops, the positive impacts will indeed be felt in Nechells, East Birmingham and beyond.
Thank you. Councillor David Barker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. In the past month, the Leadership and Cabinet passed the Places for People next phase in Moat Kings Heath. And I wanted to ask them if they would like to visit York Road in my ward, where we're trialling a mixed residential area with a pedestrianised zone. I was hoping that they would consider visiting during Queen's Heath, which is our annual small gay pride parade, where it takes place all within the pedestrianised zone. Thank you.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The introduction of the Places for People scheme in Kings Heath has, I think it's fair to say, generated different views right across that community. But as we all know, measures designed to encourage people to change the way that they travel, moving away from using cars and encouraging walking, cycling and the use of public transport, can be a difficult sell. It is, however, clear that as 43% of our car journeys are shorter than 2 miles, we need to encourage people to make more of these journeys by active transport. It is also the case that if we don't encourage more use of public transport, we risk gridlocking the city in the future. That would cost businesses hundreds of millions of pounds and put thousands of jobs at risk. Through you, Lord Mayor, to Councillor Barker, I would be delighted to join him on York Road. I can't speak for the rest of the Cabinet, but I would be delighted to be there, where I would look forward to hearing the views of both sides of this argument from the local community. And if my diary allows, I would love to see the local event celebrating the LGBT community in Birmingham in that part of the city.
Do you have a supplementary?
you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Ward for answering my question. My supplementary question is simply that in the Bramwell and Kingsheath Ward plan, there was overwhelming support for more and better access to public transport. So I'd ask that he and anyone in Cabinet who wishes to visit try and take public transport or active travel to get there. Thank you.
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think my personal choice, if the weather is not too inclement, will be to cycle. But if... I didn't catch that. Well, no, my preferred method would be to cycle, but if the weather is inclement, I will catch the number 11 bus.
The next item is appointments by the City Council. Are there any updates in terms of nominations?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I may, can I ask that Councillor Perks be replaced on the Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee by Councillor Simon Ahmed? Thank you.
Is that agreed? We will now receive a report of the Chair of the Audit Committee, Councillor Fred Grinrod. The time allocated for this item is 30 minutes. However, I have been approached by the 3 group whips to request that the time for this item be reduced to 20 minutes, with the remaining 10 minutes added to the agenda item number 10, Route to Net Zero, Annual Report. I have agreed this request. I call upon Councillor Fred Grinrod to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I move my report. Lord Mayor, the Audit Committee is a key component of Birmingham City Council's governance framework. Its overall purpose is to provide an independent and high-level focus on the adequacy of governance, risk and control arrangements. The committee's role is to ensure that there is sufficient assurance over the management of risk and the implementation of controls in order to give greater confidence to this council that those arrangements are effective. The committee takes on a challenging role and a wide remit, and we consider the key audit, control, governance, risk management areas critical to the council's performance. Our remit also includes technical areas such as considering the external auditor's findings and approving the council's statement of accounts. The committee continues to work to the recommended best practice framework for audit committees produced by the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, CIPFA, to help it remain effective. The committee welcomely also has an independent external advisor who all committee members can draw on for technical advice and expertise in fulfilling their role. The report that I present summarises the work of the Audit Committee and the independent assurance activities that have been undertaken in the past 12 months. For further clarification, Lord Mayor, our assurance activities can be broken down into 5 broad areas. We look at assurance statements and governance. Every meeting, on a rotating basis, we have an assurance session with a Cabinet member and their relevant heads of service, interviewing them on the management of risks and the adequacy of key controls within their portfolio. Over a 12-month cycle, all Cabinet members will be asked to attend committee at least once. We also approve and monitor the Council's annual governance statement, gaining assurance that actions are being progressed and discharged, again, asking questions of those Cabinet members as to how that is progressing. We have a high focus on risk management, an issue that is of quite a passion now to the committee. We review the mechanisms the Council has for the assessment and management of risk, thereby developing and understanding the Council's ability to respond to known and emerging risks and being able to challenge officers on this. We also oversee the Council's treasury management arrangements. We work on performance management, quality management and value for money. We consider the value for money concerns raised by the external auditor, and as part of our Cabinet assurance sessions, as well as updates from statutory officers, we look to gain assurance that issues are being addressed. We also review the external Ombudsman reports, seeking assurance from Cabinet members, heads of service and the Chief Executive from time to time that lessons learnt are acted upon. We also, Lord Mayor, review financial reporting, external audit, inspection and assurance. We've worked hard as a committee to maintain a good working relationship with the external auditor and are grateful to them for the work they do in supporting the committee and also auditing, obviously, the Council's accounts. We, as a committee, approve the statement of accounts, and my signature is on them, Lord Mayor, so it is not a responsibility we take lightly. One thing that is worth raising to this chamber, Lord Mayor, is to note to colleagues that due to the national issues around the value of infrastructure assets that is affecting many local authorities, the external auditor has been unable to finalise their audit on the 2020 to 2021 financial statements as a result of a national problem, and we know that CIPFA is working on issuing a revised code of practice, and the government itself issued a statutory instrument on 25th of December 2022 to help resolve this issue. We also review, finally, reports on internal audit and counter fraud. We approve arrangements and monitor performance of internal audit and counter fraud. And Lord Mayor, one of the particular highlights of this year was the fact that we have been able to contribute to the external assessment of the Council's internal audit function against the requirement of the public sector internal audit standards. These mandatory standards seek to secure a professional, independent and objective internal audit and that makes an effective contribution to governance arrangements. Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to report that an external review team from Manchester City Council have completed their assessment of our internal audit function and found the internal audit team conforms with the standards, providing a strong platform on which their ambitions can be realised that enables the service to be even more proactive, risk-focused, influential and effective in supporting the assurance arrangements for this council. My thanks to the team from Manchester for their work and my congratulations to our internal audit team for achieving this assessment. In conclusion, Lord Mayor, the Audit Committee is central to the provision of effective corporate governance and provides independent assurance about the mechanisms underpinning our governance arrangements. It is recognised that high-performing councils develop effective financial and non-financial control mechanisms through the ongoing liaison and development of expertise made available by the establishment of an Audit Committee, meeting, as we do, on a regular cycle with terms of reference focused on the key audit, control and risk management areas critical to the Council's performance. I am confident, Lord Mayor, that our committee does this and does it well. Having considered the available guidance, the terms of reference and duties of the Audit Committee, the work undertaken and assurances sought, it is my assessment that the committee has carried out its roles effectively and provided effective challenge across a range of governance-related issues. And then very finally, Lord Mayor, I offer my thanks and appreciation to all members of the committee, particularly my Vice Chair, Councillor Tilsley, for their proactive contributions which have continued to facilitate constructive challenge. Officers who support the committee for their support and help in carrying out our role, and the external auditor for their constructive engagement, contribution and responses. My thanks, Lord Mayor, and I move the report.
I now call Councillor Ian Ward. You're seconded. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to begin by picking up where Councillor Grinrod left off, because audit plays a key role in ensuring that the Council is well governed and to challenge and assess the level and quality of the internal control and risk management processes that are in place to ensure that the City Council's objectives are met. Birmingham City Council is a £3 billion organisation, looking after a city of 1.2 million people. And as such, it is vital that we have rigorous frameworks in place to scrutinise the Council's governance, financial reporting, risk and assurance. So I'd like to thank the Audit Committee, that's chaired by Councillor Grinrod, for the work that they've undertaken over the past year, including reviewing the effectiveness of its own activities, undertaking risk management reviews, reviewing the value for money concerns raised by the external auditor, and undertaking a range of annual reports. The Audit Committee has fulfilled its terms of reference by following the CIPFA recommended best practice framework for audit committees, meaning that we have a first-class audit framework to hold the Council to account and ensure that we're prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead. During these difficult financial times, the Audit Committee has undertaken a review of Treasury management, considering the organisation's borrowing and investments, helping to steer a more financially sustainable future for the Council and maintaining our healthy level of reserves. Despite the huge challenges that we face as a council with rising costs, rising demand for our services and national political uncertainty, the Audit Committee has undertaken the important work of helping the council's aims to improve its efficiency and effectiveness. Throughout this, it has maintained its independence of executive decision-making and the scrutiny function, providing objective oversight and a balanced, non-political view. Lord Mayor, I would commend the committee for its work over the past 12 months. Thank you.
Councillor Marion Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fear that the Audit Committee has somewhat lost its way in recent times. It seems self-evident to me that there must be separation between the Audit Committee and the administration. Now, we live in a strange environment where inevitably the chair of Audit will be a councillor appointed from the administration. But surely nobody could question the premise that the chair of Audit should not be the Labour Chief Whip. How can you effectively hold an administration to account if you are responsible for maintaining discipline in that administration? Now, we raised this when we are having our council meetings back in Villa Park, and we exercised all the arguments. I don't need to go through them again, but I simply state once more that I really don't think the role of Labour Chief Whip and Chair of Audit Committee are compatible. I will also dissent to some extent from Councillor Grindod's report. Each time Audit Committee meets, we now have friendly presentations from Cabinet members, more often than not, are presented wholly or in part by their senior officers, probably because the Cabinet members don't have sufficient grasp of the detail. These reports roll on, numerous PowerPoints come up on the screen, but I really don't see that as the job of the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee is to identify risks and ensure that there is proper governance in the organisation and to ensure that there is value for money. And yet, having challenged the premise that we should have reports from officers and told by the officers themselves that that was all okay, the one question I did ask in connection with value for money, I was told wasn't within the ambit of the Audit Committee. Now, it struck me that most of what we'd done that afternoon wasn't in the ambit of the Audit Committee, but the one question that I asked was very much in the ambit of the Audit Committee. So for that reason, Lord Mayor, I have to dissent from the report presented by Councillor Grindod and express with regret that I do think the Audit Committee is rather losing its way.
Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Vice Chairman, it was my intention to second the motion proposed by Councillor Grindrod, and I have to say, Lord Mayor, it reinforces the comment that I made on Monday to Professor Copus about the conduct of the meetings of the Council. Lord Mayor, I feel that in part I was father of the Audit Committee because when I became Deputy Leader, we didn't have an Audit Committee. And I was told in no uncertain terms that unless we had an Audit Committee, we were going nowhere. Audit Committee was created, and I believe that it has fulfilled a very valuable part of the Council's business. It has ensured that there's good governance. It has ensured that there is a depository for internal audit reports, because prior to the Audit Committee, they just used to disappear into the thin air. I think we are also developing an excellent relationship, a business relationship with our external auditors, and they criticise us, and we take it on the chin, and we ensure that we adapt our procedures to their recommendations. As far as independence is concerned, Lord Mayor, colleagues, I took the job on as Vice Chairman with the understanding that I retained my independence to criticise as I felt was necessary, and I have done that. And in conclusion, Lord Mayor, I think it is of paramount importance that all members of the Audit Committee take a very deep interest in the agenda and the business of the Audit Committee. And would the Chairman of the Audit Committee care to comment on a member of the Audit Committee who turns up without an agenda and takes no part in the activities of the Audit Committee? Thank you very much.
Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I would start off by referencing Part B4 of the Constitution under item 6, because that does highlight the process for the changing of times at a meeting after CBM's agreed them, and that does actually require a vote of the Chamber and agreement of political leaders, which obviously wasn't the process carried out today. I'd like to thank officers for their work on this and the committee members, and also highlight that, as the report covering note says under 3.4, this covers the period of October 21 to September 22, and we are here in February 23 getting this report. When you look at the actual annual report itself, it's 17 pages as a cover page, 1 page for a forward, 3 pages covering what the role of the committee is, another 5 pages just listing the reports the committee's received, and actually only 6 and a bit of the 17 pages covering what work the committee has done this year. And that's important because if you turn to page 3 of the report under the Purpose of Audit Committee under F, it highlights reviewing whether the agreed external audit or inspection recommendations have been implemented as timetabled. Now, obviously, as the Chairman's mentioned, for 2021 and 21-22, there are just draft recommendations at the moment, but there is, of course, agreed recommendations under 2019-20. And when you go through this report, there is no detail being provided on what has actually been done around the very serious recommendations auditors have made to the Council. And you might ask, and we might hear an answer in a minute, that's because all that work happens at the committee, so why would the Council need to hear it, although we all have an obligation as councillors to be updated. That's the purpose of this report. But to give an example, on page 4, it talks about the assurance statements of governance, the annual governance statement, and the annual statement of accounts. Those items were taken on the 28th of September 2022 to the committee. There were 7 key issues highlighted. None of that detail is in this report. And according to the agenda, only 10 minutes was provisionally allocated for the discussion of that incredibly serious report. So I don't think members of this chamber can have assurance that this report shouldn't have that information, because we can't be sure that it's been dealt with so little time and so little information being provided. When you turn further into the report, you can see it highlights the 4 key recommendations from the draft report. It also doesn't mention in here actually a further 3 medium significant risks which were identified in that report. None of them, again, have any of the detail around have action plans been put in place, have they been delivered upon? Detail I would expect the Council to be provided with. And when you turn to the 2019-2020 letter, the last one that has been signed off at this point, that had 5 significant risks in it, one such as resilience to the financial sustainability, the waste service, contract arrangements around the PFI, monitoring and management of contracts. Again, there isn't any update on that either in this report. And again, as the last outstanding confirmed set of significant risks the auditors highlighted, I would expect this report to actually cover that to some extent. And that also just leaves me wanting to touch on the other aspect of the serious work the committee does, and that's around receiving the Birmingham Audit Annual Report. And that's a 47-page report, again, allocated only 10 minutes on the 30th of June when it went to committee. And if you look into that report, you can see during 21 and 22, there was 192 final reports containing 1,339 recommendations. That's a roughly 50%, third increase from the year before. These are really significant issues being highlighted that need to be dealt with, and this chamber deserves the assurance that they have been dealt with. This report does not provide sufficient information to provide that assurance, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I hope you forgive my disrespect for crossing the mace earlier. Apologies for that. I want to thank Councillor Greenrod firstly for bringing this report to Chamber,
I want to raise the issue and take this opportunity to raise an issue previously covered by Audit in reference in his annual governance statement. He says one of the 7 significant governance issues identified and covered was, of course, Birmingham's End. Now, recently, Carl Jackson of the Birmingham Mail covered only a few weeks ago how, quote, a fraudster falsified criminal records checks for children and drivers, taking vulnerable Birmingham kids to school, taking advantage of a weakness within the council's DBS checking service. Now, these are vulnerabilities that we on this side of the chamber have been highlighting since an early incident had resulted in a sex offender being allowed to drive buses. Now, this ultimately led to the transport company losing their contract, but it needs emphasising that this was made possible by the process by which the council handed responsibility for the process, DBS checks, to contractors, and then failed to carry out effective audits in a timely way. The cancelling of the contract then led to a new company taking over a very short time at great cost, with questions raised by councillors on, again, DBS statuses of 16 drivers, conflicting answers given to full council here and at Scrutiny, an FOI which was submitted and not fully answered late, with a subsequent report revealing that it wasn't 16 DBS checks, but 55. And there was a further redacted report revealing severe failings. Shockingly, it was later revealed by inquiries that there was no contractual requirement on suppliers to comply with the Birmingham City Council's own DBS process, so that drivers were in fact contractually permitted to drive these vehicles pending the outcome of this council panel. Now, Lord Mayor, I believe that these are matters that firmly deserve further attention. And again, Council may recall earlier in 2021 that the leader himself took personal charge of this, where he sought rigorous DBS checks, ID monitoring, V3 inspections, a new 365 routing system that we're still waiting for, new contracts, new penalty points, and a continuous monitoring of journey times. And these are all things that we're still waiting to be implemented. And this is, of course, aside from the incredible cost that this service is costing the city, with indeed taxes taking individual children to and from school at great cost. Now, Lord Mayor, this is an issue that has been raised by Audit only once previously in recent years, and I'll also ask the Chair and again his committee to now reflect on their earliest interactions with this issue and whether perhaps too much faith was placed in what they were being told by the administration versus the questions that we on this side were urging the committee to look into. Either way, Lord Mayor, this is a serious issue regarding systemic failings, which would deserve further attention and highlight, as Councillor Robert Oldham said, risk, value for money and contracts. This is, of course, an opportunity and a plea, Lord Mayor, that I'm not ashamed of making and taking this opportunity to, that we on this side of the chamber feel that urgent safeguarding matters have now, although they've been resolved through the court system, they need to be resolved within council. I feel it is time for Audit now to look afresh at the redacted Waitman's report that still has not been fully shared with elected members, the contractual management of these costly homeschool services, what really happened with the urgent emergency procurement of the replacement service, and whether these DBS safeguarding concerns have been fully laid to rest, where the council has been misled, where the councillors have been misled, where the previous value for money has been achieved in this service when compared with previous years. And finally, Lord Mayor, a number of recommendations were made in this Waitman's report, a report commissioned and paid by council, where even some of the recommendations themselves were redacted, and I'm yet to have any reassurance that these have been fully implemented. Lord Mayor, I close by asking that we on this side are talking about a service that takes children with special needs and disabilities to and from school very seriously, a service that parents entrust council to deliver efficiently and on time. And we have a duty to these families to make sure that we have all the lessons learnt, changes needed implemented to affect a service that parents can rely on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Fred Grinrod to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for that debate. Just to go through my responses, Councillor Ward, my appreciation for your thanks and recognition of the work we've done, and I do look forward to your appearance in front of our committee later this month on that. I'll refer to Councillor Tilsley and appreciate Councillor Tilsley's words as well, and I do recognise that that relationship we've built with the external auditor really has helped to strengthen the committee and helped us to make sure, as you say, a robust dialogue happens where we are challenged as much as we challenge them. I also note your point about attendance and being aware of the committee's agenda and ensuring that all members of the committee do that. I do think we are, from time to time, perhaps need to be a bit more sharper on that, shall we say. But that does bring me back, actually, to a lot of the summary, a rough summary of comments from the various members of the Conservative group. Firstly, you have members on my committee from your group. You can encourage them and work with them to ask the questions that you raise. That is entirely possible to do. But I will go through. Councillor Jenkins, I don't believe we've lost our way at all. We have this debate every year, so I'm not going to, as you said, refresh those comments. In terms of what is in remit of the committee and what isn't, it is not, a chair can do one's best to guide members and lead members through what is appropriate for the discussion of a committee, and we are accompanied by the advice of the City Solicitor and statutory officers to do that. You also have an independent advisor of the committee, not linked to me in any way. You can contact that advisor to support and discuss what potential contributions to the committee you may wish to make. As you know, the question you raised was an issue completely out of the remit of the committee, and it kind of concerns me that after so long on the committee, we haven't got an effective way of using the committee. We have opened, in my chairing with Councillor Tilsley and indeed with guidance of other committee members, have essentially given, with those assurance sessions, a blank slate for members to ask whatever they will of the cabinet members. And for that not to be used by members of the opposition has always concerned me. So again, given your colleagues have suggested some points to raise, I look forward to hearing them at future meetings. Councillor Alden, we take those risks registers and we work with the assurance sessions that a briefing is produced for members of the committee, listing all of those risks against the various cabinet members, including all the ones you read. And when the cabinet members and directors come in front of us, the committee is then briefed to ask those questions and we look for an update on those things. I think there is a good challenge on me as the kind of author of this report to do more in future meetings, in future reports to this, to summarise perhaps a bit more about what we discuss. There isn't, I mean, one of the challenges from your own side is we do too much in the audit committee. So again, I'd ask that we perhaps have a consistency about your approach to the audit committee. But I do think that that is a good and proper challenge that I will accept and look to work on. Councillor Yip, as you know, the audit committee and that particular issue did bring that before us. We did have, back before the pandemic, a very forthright and challenging meeting of which we learnt a lot of lessons. I won't comment on them now. I do think you're right that those issues should be, they are on our risk register, they are on our list that we bring in front of when that particular portfolio comes round. But I do wonder whether your challenge is sufficient for me to actually say that we should have that on our next agenda item when the Chief Executive and Leader are in front of us. So I would commit for that. If you can put that in writing to me, I will consider putting that on the agenda for the next committee meeting. Lord Mayor, that is my response to the debate. Thank you for the time and look forward to appearing in a year's time in front of you again with hopefully a more fuller report. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? We will now receive a report of Councillor Sir Albert Bohr, Chair of the Coordinating Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The time for this item is 40 minutes. I call upon Councillor Sir Albert Bohr to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is my second scrutiny business report to Council, this one being for the period from November 2022. The first scrutiny business report for the period July to November 2022 was essentially a report on the preparatory period for overview and scrutiny committees, in that they were setting up scrutiny inquiries on a number of themes, looking at how the Council and its partners are working together to reduce the risks of criminal exploitation amongst young people, looking at how children with diagnosed mental health condition are supported across the mental health system, and how children and young people in psychological stress without a diagnosed mental health condition are able to access appropriate support. Looking at how the legacy from the Commonwealth Games is improving access in physical activity opportunities for our disabled citizens and communities. And fourthly, considering the vision for lifelong learning across the city. Lord Mayor, no doubt some of the members who chair these inquiries will be commenting this afternoon on the progress, I will limit myself to informing the Council that 2 of these inquiries will be reporting to Council at the April meeting. Now, during the November to January period, the period we're reporting on today, the work of committees has, in my view, intensified in a number of respects. And I just give 2 examples for the moment. Housing and Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny has been bringing together views on a new policy around cleaner streets to improve the services delivered to our residents with a focus on street cleaning, graffiti and litter. I expect Councillor Mohammed Idris will comment further on this initiative. And perhaps Councillor Alex Yip might wish to comment on the work he is leading on domestic abuse. Lord Mayor, there were concerns expressed in the December meeting last when Council received the first Scrutiny Business Report that the resources available to Overview and Scrutiny were constraining the work of the committees and potentially diminishing the added value Overview and Scrutiny brings to the Council. Now, given my earlier remarks, it is evident that we have circumvented that perceived problem by bringing resources from beyond the Scrutiny Office from elsewhere in the Council. This is particularly the case for the work being undertaken by coordinating Overview and Scrutiny regarding the Customer Services Programme, the domestic abuse issue, and more recently on the Ukrainian Refugee Support Programme in Birmingham. I will conclude shortly with a few remarks on the work of the Customer Services Programme being pursued by the Coordinating ONS Committee by a small cross-party task and finish group. The first phase of the Customer Services Programme was about using extensive research and data analysis to understand current customer and staff experience when engaging with Council high-demand services. The programme has delivered a number of benefits in year 1, including the introduction of a citizens panel. 4 high-volume, high-priority services within the programme has provided a set of recommendations or recommended opportunities for services to improve customer experience and increase customer satisfaction. It is these recommendations for bereavement services, housing repairs, waste management and highways that we are reporting on today, following face-to-face sessions between the Task and Finish group and lead officers for each of those 4 services. Updated recommendations are included in the appendix to today's Scrutiny Business Report and appear as per the sheets in my hand. I believe that if these recommendations are acted upon by management, there is a real opportunity to improve the service in each of these 4 service areas. In housing repairs and waste management, there is an opportunity to realise transformational change, but only if the recommendations are delivered fully and expeditiously. Accordingly, Coordinating ONS Committee will maintain an oversight on progress with implementation of the recommendations. Recently, Lord Mayor, I've met with the Chief Executive to discuss how this aspect of the work of Overview and Scrutiny can be better integrated into the consideration given by the Council's corporate leadership team to improvement of Council services. I intend also to meet with the Deputy Leader, whose portfolio includes service performance. Bridget conducts quarterly Star Chamber sessions with senior officers on service performance and has overseen changes in the key KPIs so that these KPIs are a better monitor of service performance. Lord Mayor, I hope that the Council will receive this Scrutiny Business Report in a positive manner. Overview and Scrutiny members intend that over the 22-23 municipal year, the added value of Overview and Scrutiny will have been clearly demonstrated. I move the report.
I call upon Councillor Kerry-Jenkins to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I rise to second this report and thank Councillor Ball for the amount of work he's undertaken to ensure this report came to the meeting today. The report demonstrates the important role scrutiny plays in holding decision makers to account through the provision of a critical friend challenge and by amplifying the voices and concerns of partners, stakeholders and most importantly our citizens. Lord Mayor, the report shows how we have employed a number of approaches on coordinating overview and scrutiny to assist us to undertake effective scrutiny, making the most of the resources available to us. By doing so, it has helped us affect policy development as well as driving the improvements in service delivery where required. As Councillor Ball has already mentioned, the task and finish work is a prime example of employing a different approach outside of our formalised scrutiny meetings, where we've examined the outcomes of customer services programme and have worked with service leads to go through the recommendations across 4 service areas. As you will see from the report, this has resulted in a number of amended recommendations and, more importantly, a united commitment to implement them and drive through improvement. This approach is also being utilised for the Homes for Ukraine programme to look in more detail following concerns and issues raised at the last committee meeting, where we heard from the Cabinet member and received feedback from host families. And a report on the council contracts that support the Homes for Ukraine programme will also be examined. Our inquiry work is well underway and I'm sure we will hear from colleagues on this work. As already mentioned, Councillor Yip and myself have been also working on ways for scrutiny to play a part in the refresh of the domestic abuse strategy, and we've participated in a roundtable with stakeholders and partners to get an understanding of the context of the current strategy and to hear about achievements to date. I'm hoping Councillor Yip takes up Councillor Ball's invite and expands on this work. Lord Mayor, as I said at the beginning, the role scrutiny plays in holding decision makers to account through the provision of a critical friend challenge is vital. Scrutiny can be challenging for officers, and it was recently described to me as being brutal. The scrutiny process can be challenging for elected members also, and I don't want scrutiny to be brutal, I want it to be robust. As a scrutiny chair, I have felt under an immense amount of pressure over the past months and have been increasingly frustrated at the barriers put in place that I've attempted to minimise the scrutiny function of my committee. I say it again, the scrutiny function is vital and it should be one that is welcomed and worked with to ensure the voices and concerns of our citizens are heard. It should enable us to work together to ensure the services delivered by this council meet the needs of all who live in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We have members that wish to speak, and I'm calling Councillor Marge Bridle.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'd like to welcome the inquiry, the in-depth inquiry on employment and skills for young people, which is in this report. Most of us, I imagine, look at the unemployment figures that come through for our wards. And I've been part of the East Birmingham Jobs and Skills Board, which I think was set up by our former colleague, Brett O'Reilly. Jobs and Skills partners meet up on that board from time to time from across the east of the city, and they compare notes on what they're doing and they try and work together. And I've listened to them agonising that there are jobs out there and there's training opportunities out there, but they cannot find the people to fill the jobs and take the courses. The way they operate doesn't make it easy for them to meet the people looking for those jobs and courses. I've also listened to them saying that they're tramlined by very rigid government guidelines in terms of who they can target, for example. And then I watched a localised employment project that suddenly landed in my ward. I think it was called Connecting Communities, and I think it was funded by the West Midlands Combined Authority as a pilot. The person who came to deliver this was based in one of our local shopping centres. She was in the community. She was the person who met people near where they live. She was able to offer very intensive support which was tailor-made for individuals, supporting people to really get the confidence to stand on their own 2 feet. And as well as working with unemployed people, she was able to work with people already on 0 hours contracts who needed to progress to better jobs. So she really built a relationship with local employers in my ward. And she persuaded those employers to take on those local people. She kind of sold the employee to the employer. She even set up a stand in the local Morrisons and asked the fast food chicken shop next door to her to hand out her leaflets. And it was a pilot, but it worked. I don't know what happened to the learning with the West Midlands Combined Authority. It seems to have disappeared. But the woman doing this then had to move on to another government funding opportunity. So at the moment, I think too much of DWP's policy is made in a really high-handed way by Whitehall. And I heard Alison McGovern, who's Labour's shadow minister, say, we should empower local authorities, local areas, to look at what opportunities there are and let our towns and cities work it out. She says job centres are there to tick boxes at the moment and that's not good enough. What she says mirrors what I've heard and witnessed. She's right, because these top-down scripts that come from government, from Whitehall, they just aren't flexible enough to match local skills gaps or help people into long-term skilled jobs. People locally know their area best, and locally based, I think, tailor-made approaches are what works. So I think that the East Birmingham growth strategy is an opportunity for localised approaches to be experimented with. And Labour nationally, as you know, is advocating a take-back control approach. Quite right too. I think we need to stop ticking boxes dictated to us by government or by the council, I might add, and get right into these communities and bother to do things in flexible ways.
Councillor, you're out of time. I now call Councillor Roger Harmer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In commenting on this report, I should say I've been a member of the Task and Finish group working on the customer service programme, chaired by Councillor Ball, and I'll direct most of my comments to that. I very much hope that this detailed work will lead to improvements, and I believe it will in some areas. But overall, I still think we've got a long way to go. My reason for saying that is that while there are many sensible proposals related to individual issues highlighted in the report, in the long term, what is needed is to ensure that the service areas themselves deal with these issues themselves without them needing to come to scrutiny. I'm certainly not confident that we won't need another Task and Finish group in a couple of years to address a similar long list of issues. It's frankly staggering that this volume of work needs scrutiny to chase for things to be done, and the real question is why this situation developed in the first place, rather than the specifics of each issue. And it seems that the Housing Ombudsman has the same concerns following their recent report. I firmly believe that this requires a cultural change in many departments of the Council, which will take determination, leadership, and significant time to deliver. There are some things being done about that, but I'm concerned that they don't yet have sufficient momentum. There is next to nothing about that in this report, and the second phase of the work mentioned in the next steps paragraph of the report will be important to follow through on it. And incidentally, part of the cultural problem is illustrated by the highways item that says members must use the correct process, by which they mean the online forms for submitting casework. Well, as the report says, we won't use them as they take more time. The problem is not us not using the system. It's the system. And that needs to work effectively if we are to use it. Blame everyone but yourself, and your own system seems to be the motto. To illustrate what I'm saying, let's look at waste management. The report specifically highlights repeated miscollections. In mid-January, following work on this part of the review, I carried out a site visit with senior management and crew from Waste Services to a number of three-storey blocks of flats in my ward that have suffered endlessly repeated miscollections. Shortly before the visit, they were, of course, all cleared. But we had a good look at the sites in any case. Last week, with no other issues I'm aware of, 2 of the blocks were missed yet again. One was in a wider scheme where other blocks were and are regularly emptied. Now, there was work done on the electrical supply to that block a couple of months ago, which did make collections difficult for a couple of weeks. It seems that this has become a reason never to empty that block's bins again unless I complain or there is a visit of senior management. Interestingly, the waste management work relates to the work being done by Housing and Neighbourhoods on cleaner streets that Sir Albert referred to. The report mentions a presentation made to the committee by Rochdale Council. What was striking was that Rochdale, which is itself far smaller than Birmingham and smaller even than the area covered by one of our depots, recognises that it is too big to organise work to keep their streets clean centrally and breaks the work down into 5 townships with populations about the size of a couple of our 2-member wards. It really should be clear by now that such localisation is vital for the efficient delivery of services like street cleansing, and yet we struggle to make more than the most tentative steps in that direction. So, Lord Mayor, I commend the work done here, but much more is needed to see long-term sustained improvements in customer service across the Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I congratulate Sir Albert on giving his moving of this speech from the front as is tradition in the Chamber. And also thank all the members who have given up their times on all the reviews. I turn to the second page of the covering report to start with, because I've got an interesting question that was came to mind when I read it. So when you look at under bereavement services under 4.6, the first bullet point, it ends with saying, from April 2023, a medical examiner will authorise all medical certificates of cause of death, known as an MCCD. That raises the question, who authorises them currently if it's not a medical practitioner? That's interesting because if you go online and look at the guidance for doctors completing an MCCD published on the 25th of March 2022, that says there is no provision to delegate to non-medical staff, and a doctor who attended is legally obliged to fill in the MCCD unless they passport the case to a coroner for an autopsy. So that raises the question, are we following the law currently? And I appreciate Sir Albert might not have that information, but it might be something for Scrutiny to look into. If the answer is this is a COVID-related measure and a change that was done during COVID, I can forewarn the Council that those powers ceased on the 24th of March 2022, so wouldn't be applicable for the time from then to April 2023, when the Council decides to say it will be a medical examiner authorising it going forward. Further on, the fourth bullet point from the end of this section, there's a discussion on the out-of-hours emergency burial service and an investigation to see if there's demand for other areas in the city. I would feed into that we've certainly had requests as a group for a similar provision at Handsworth Cemetery, so I'd ask that that's fed in. Looking at the housing repairs section, 4.8, the second bullet point, talks about the adoption of a new KPG right first time to reduce the need of repeated contact around the same repair. And it is quite astonishing that we are 11 years into the administration before we're looking at having a policy of getting it right first time on housing repairs. I think residents will very much welcome it, but be astounded that hasn't been a policy for the last 11 years. It's interesting under 4.10, under waste management, discussion of the new Newing cab technology. Perhaps Scrutiny would like to do a review around the assessment of all the previous similar slabbing cab technologies that have been purchased by council over the last 10 years to see what the differences are and how we can make sure this one works and doesn't fall into the same pitfalls as the previous ones. And under section 5, the in-depth scrutiny, I welcome particularly the new scrutiny views into child criminal exploitation and children and young people's mental health, and welcome the work of the committees looking at that. Turning to the appendix, Lord Mayor, I just wanted to draw the council's highlight to a couple of others. It's interesting when you look under section 20, the description here is customers believe that BCC aren't proactively maintaining housing stock. We had a long debate last meeting about the standards that are shown to have fallen drastically in the city over the last decade. It is astonishing that the council's position, after all the Housing Ombudsman's reports saying that the council needs to get rid of this blaming others culture, that the council is still blaming others rather than accepting that the council is not proactively maintaining housing stock. I hope when we go forward, that is perhaps a change in policy taken there. And I think turning over as well, there's another example of that on the 38, where it's talking about the level of street cleanliness and again, blaming the public when there's miscrews. Now, none of us want to see the public being aggressive to staff. That's totally unacceptable. But the council should also recognise where those service failures exist. But thank you to all the members for their time, putting into some excellent work here, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mohammed Idris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I welcome the Scrutiny business report presented by Councillor Sir Albert Bow and seconded by Councillor Kerry Jenkins. Lord Mayor, Coordinating Committee has done a great deal of work in the last 8 months, and I would like to thank all the committee members for their wholehearted commitment and contributions. Lord Mayor, it's a very comprehensive report covering almost all the services delivered to our citizens by the City Council. Lord Mayor, but I would like to mention a couple of new developments around the bereavement services. Lord Mayor, the extension of the burial hours at Sutton Knee Hall in Sutton is a great news, and it's very highly appreciated by the residents of Birmingham. Lord Mayor, as most of us know, previously burial hours for Sutton Knee Hall Cemetery were happening from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. in winter time and from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the summertime, 7 days a week. Lord Mayor, but now the burial times have been extended from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the winter time and 8:30 to 6 p.m. in the summertime. Lord Mayor, there is a huge demand from the residents if the burial time in summertime can be extended to 9 p.m. and that will enable 2 more burials happening than normal during the summertime. Lord Mayor, while we are trying to improve the bereavement service through different measures, we need to have a more coordination with the coroner's office and the local hospitals. That's where we get a lot of delays in the release of the bodies and hence the delay in burials taking place. And that's where we face a lot of anger and frustration from our residents. Lord Mayor, in my view, a more coordinated work between the council, the coroner's office, and the local hospitals can make some progress on this front. Lord Mayor, fly tipping and litter has been a major issue for Birmingham over the last many years. And to tackle that, in November, December, and January, we had online informal presentations from officers from Wigan, Derby, and Rochdale. And they have done a very useful work in tackling this menace. And we have learned a lot from their experience. And we are going to work with Cabinet Member, Councillor Majid Mahmood, the Cabinet Member for Environment, how we can implement some of those measures to tackle this major issue. And we are hopeful that through coordinated work, we can make a lot of progress on this issue. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Sir Albert for his very able chairing of the meetings, covering a very wide range of concerns raised. There's a few things I wish to tease out of the papers. The scrutiny has looked at 5 services within councils. It covers customer services, housing repairs, bereavement services, waste management and highways. These are all very key areas of council. But I've noticed a number of recurring themes. Over and over again, we see the same phrases: reduction of long-term agency staff and improving the experience of residents. Now, no doubt these are the same phrases that many of our colleagues have heard this over and over again, Lord Mayor. We all seem to be trying to find ways of improving the experience of residents and reducing agency staff over and over again. And it seems to me that there are 2 thoughts, perhaps. One may be forgiven for thinking these are new services that councils introduced, but actually these are services that councils have been provided for decades, if not centuries. But we all seem to be getting it wrong. And also in terms of it, I mean, you know, it was only Groundhog Day a couple of weeks ago, but we always seem to be saying that we need to find new ways of doing things. We've got new technology, we're changing this, we're investing. When actually we just need to get the service right, and we need to get it right, and we need to keep it right, and it needs to be as simple as that. And I would hope that this is very much the last time that we bring, again, another report to Council where we're finding a new way of doing things to fix the same problem. Because actually, we need to get it done right. We need to find a way where actually finding ways to fix a poor service is no longer the new normal. The normal should be that these services just work. Well, actually, the normal we're experiencing now is we're just constantly trying to find new ways of doing things. Lord Mayor, I'm also very grateful that Scrutiny has moved so quickly on acting on the petition brought to full council from a host of Ukrainian families, and I look forward to having an investigation upon that. The Clean Air Zone has also been mentioned, where the paper notes efforts to remove the confusion and problems arising from penalty charges notices being dealt across 2 different directorates. Now, perhaps it's also important to note that Birmingham Live covered that there are some 30,000 motorists a month refusing to pay these CAS fines. They wrote how council has been overwhelmed by motorists failing to comply with the CAS rules, with some 63% of drivers issued with fines in November, failing to comply with and paying even to the start of January. And council admitting that recovering all the money owed now is impossible. Now, we, Lord Mayor, on this side of the chamber has always said that fining and enforcing residents with this travel tax and now added financial pressure, warning letters and even bailiffs is the wrong way to do this and will threaten jobs and hit very much the least well off the hardest. Lord Mayor, I wonder how much this administration is costing the city and affecting the health of our residents. I'd like to emphasise and echo what Lord, maybe in due time, Sir Albert, he said in terms of, and thank his very much his hard work put in by officers to create the time and space for us to look cross-party, along with Councillor Kerry Jenkins and Maureen Jan, at domestic abuse. Now, the capacity and resources given by the Executive for Scrutiny committees to look at inquiries, as has been mentioned by Councillor Kerry Jenkins, has very much been reduced considerably over past years. And it is only thanks to the creative efforts of officers that time has been crafted out for us as councillors to look at this very important issue. And this crosses multiple cabinet portfolios. And I very much look forward to the opportunity now given for us to contribute direct towards the review of this Prevention Strategy 2024, where we'll be hearing first-hand from experts, including hopefully the PCC Victims Commissioner, our very own Councillor Nicky Brennan. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Lord Mayor, to reiterate calls for a proper resource to be given so councillors and scrutiny are not limited by what they feel they need to look at. Also, we've also mentioned every battle is everyone's business, and it's perhaps these last 2 points I want to ask all the scrutiny chairs to look at their own work problems and see how they can individually look deeply and with purpose at these 2 concerns affecting residents in our city, domestic abuse and inequalities. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jaka Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. While I welcome this recommendation, I have some concerns over the bereavement issues, and I'm going to highlight some of them. Lord Mayor, in this chamber, we are 26 Muslim councillors. That's more than 25%. And it has been far too long that we have been demanding for these services, and our wishes and our religious belief have been ignored for so long. And I hope that Sir Albert Bohr will continue to work with Task and Finish community to provide us the services we need. And we will wait for your recommendation, and also we will wait to see what improvements that we are going to get. In COVID last 2 years, we have been suffering for, especially Muslim community have been suffering for so long, and our wishes was ignored, and we had families after families dying, sitting in mosques, and I'm sure that 25 Muslim councillors been going to those mosques, and they've been confronted with residents that the services have been provided not enough to cater us. If we go and see other cities, smaller cities, and smaller counties, they have much more better services than we are the largest council in Europe, and we are failing to deliver the services. And I hope that our concerns will be listened. Thank you very much, Lord.
Councillor Jack Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a Scrutiny Committee, we have concluded our evidence gathering as part of our inquiry into disability access to physical activity and sport. And myself, Councillor Moore, Councillor Harries, Councillor Brown and Councillor Shergill, alongside officers Amelia Wiltshire and Amanda Simcox, will be working on preparing our report and recommendations to full council later this year. Alongside our public consultation, we have also engaged with external organisations in meetings and within Scrutiny Committee meetings to gather better understanding. A recent visit to Alexander Stadium also saw us hear about the work that was done to ensure that the stadium was not just accessible based on minimum standards, but we heard and saw how it went above and beyond what is expected of a building ahead of the Commonwealth Games. I know that we hope to work cross-party to formulate tangible recommendations to Cabinet that can make a real difference to the lives of disabled people in accessing physical activity and sport. Cabinet members and I think opposition members will know that I operate robustly and honestly in the way in which I carry out scrutiny. I am fair and balanced, and I hope that the recommendations we create will show that. As a new member to this council and the only scrutiny chair who is new to the council, it has come with its challenges and learning curves, but scrutiny officers Amelia and Amanda have been incredibly supportive, and I look forward to presenting our report and recommendations to council later this year. Moving aside some of the comments made in the chamber earlier and some of the other committees I wish to comment on as well, I'm really glad that Councillor Idris's Scrutiny Committee on Housing will be looking at void standards that we see for our council properties, because I know that across the chamber we receive casework around the standards at which new council tenants sometimes are introduced to their council properties, and I'm really keen actually to make sure that we are not providing a minimum standard but actually going above and beyond to making sure that that first introduction and that first engagement with a council home is incredibly warm and reassuring for the place in which they will make their home. Councillor Yip talks about some of the work that's been done on coordinating, and I do agree that it is a place for equalities work to take place, and I know that he and others on the committee care deeply about many different issues, and I will commend Councillor Yip on his work around Ukrainian refugees and how he has held the Cabinet to account on that. I also think that domestic abuse work that was done in this chamber and the comments made in this chamber are felt very strongly on coordinating scrutiny, as we remember that we are always upstanders, should be always upstanders and not bystanders on domestic abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Sir Albert Bohr to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I thank those members who've contributed to the discussion this afternoon. Marge Bridle was the first, and I can only say to Marge, I hope you've spoken to Councillor Simon Suleiman, Marge, because her report is one of those that is going to come in April, and therefore your remarks need to be embedded into that report from Councillor Suleiman. I'm going to couple one of the remarks that came from Roger Harmer with that came from Bobby Alden. There is an issue both have identified, and that is the issue of culture. One of the next aspects of the Task and Finish group is to look at work that was done within the customer services program, where staff from across the council have been in workshops addressing this issue of culture. What are the culture changes that are needed? And those two members, or the comments of those two members, are exactly the ones that we have to focus on. To improve service, we also have to change the culture of this organisation. And the Task and Finish group and coordinating ONS will be looking at exactly that issue in the work to come. There was also a point made in terms of the electronic devices in the cabs. Yes, there was an electronic device that was put in. It didn't seem to last very long in the cab, and a lot of them supposedly broke down. But the new program, it's called KIT. Don't ask me to tell you what KIT stands for now. But these devices are pretty well permanently in the CABs. Moreover, and this is the real bonus, they provide real-time information. And therefore, you can know, the depot will know where there is a miscollection or where a round is being missed. And because of the real-time data, can try and bring about a real-time change in the activity of that crew or other crews to make good that service. That's exactly why I said, if we act on these recommendations and implement them expeditiously and fully, certainly in the terms of housing repairs and waste management, there is the possibility of transformational change. But it will only come about if we get the culture right and if we get officers of the council ensuring that the service is delivered as per expectation. And I can see the Chief Executive is now up in the gallery. I have spoken to the Chief Executive, as I said earlier on this afternoon, because I want to try and work with the program that she has with officers and a corporate management team and with the Deputy Leader in order to ensure that Scrutiny is working with other aspects of the Council to ensure that those improvements do take place and that culture change comes about. One of the other things that Bobby said was housing and the statement, right first time. But that's what we've got to get to with every service of the Council. Right first time has to be what it is members champion and what officers ensure comes about. If therefore we can keep the spotlight on this issue, and that's why Coordinating ONS has backed phase 2 of the programme, of the customer services programme, then I think there is a difference, there's a change that we can bring about. On the medical examiner issue, Bobby, all I can say to you is it was the head of service who wrote up that piece. So I will go back to the head of service and put your question to her, because as you guessed, I don't have an answer to your question here this afternoon. I think my last point really is in relation to Zafar Chowdhury. Zafar, I hope you've looked at this. Now, it's in very small print, so I will attempt to read it. I see Deirdre smiling because she's had problems in accommodating these sheets as they've been sent out. It's bereavement services, it's item R in the appendix to the report, Zafar. It says, the service already provides a very successful out-of-hours emergency burial service at Sutton Newell Cemetery. Floodlighting has been introduced to enable burials up to 6 p.m. through the darker winter months, which has been welcomed by the communities that utilize the later burial times. A planning restriction restricts the use of lighting after 8 p.m. When Kings Norton Cemetery is developed, this will increase the options and a similar approach may be adopted at that site too. And then I go on and answer Bobby's point about can this be extended. In the first recommendation, which we discussed, we were looking that the program moved out to other burial sites. And I hope that is the case, but they're trying to get it right with Sutton and then Kings Norton, and hopefully others will follow on. I think with that, Lord Mayor, I will move the report.
Thank you. Is that agreed? There will now be a break for council members. As mentioned, a finger buffet accompanied by tea and coffee will be served in the banqueting suite. I move that the council be adjourned until 17:05. Is that seconded? It's not really very comfortable, but never mind.
Are you near enough?
Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. We will now receive a report of the Cabinet Member for the Environment, Councillor Majid Mahmood. As agreed, the time for this item is now 40 minutes. I call upon Councillor Majid Mahmood to move the recommendations.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I start, I would like to clarify why the report was republished this morning. This was to update the text in the Next Steps Charter about the Ecology Bill. When this report was first drafted, the bill was titled the Climate and Ecology Bill, but it has recently been changed to the Ecology Bill and updated. The bill is currently passing through the House of Lords, but I also want to take this opportunity to place on record through this report the City Council's support for the bill, and the bill that has support of more than 100 MPs, including 4 from our city. Lord Mayor, this is the second annual report to full council. It follows on from the report in January 2022, which sought endorsement of the action plan setting and the priority actions to support greenhouse gas emissions reductions, particularly carbon dioxide, the most prevalent greenhouse gas. Lord Mayor, actions that will enable us to scale up existing successful projects and target new activities that will achieve the greatest impact. This report presents an update on the work undertaken since January 2022, including actions originally contained in the 2020 Action Plan, alongside additional activities and initiatives developed since the formation of the Route to Zero Net Zero team. Lord Mayor, Net Zero is about achieving a balance between the greenhouse gas emissions, particularly carbon dioxide, emitted into the Earth's atmosphere and those removed from it. It is about mitigating against increased climate risk. However, even with the significant greenhouse gas emissions reduction, the climate is already changing, and we need to plan and prepare for the future climate in the projects and policies we create today, building resilience in the built and natural environment. Lord Mayor, recognising the dual importance of climate change mitigation and adaptation and nature resilience, the Council's own climate emergency response is from 2023, bringing together key teams working on these climate challenges. Lord Mayor, I have established a new climate change, nature and net zero programme board that I chair, made up of senior representatives from across the Council to oversee delivery of our Council's activity and collaborative work in this area. The board will report into our Council leadership team and ensure we continue to build pace and scale of action across net zero and climate resilience and adaptation activities. The cross-party group, the Climate Change, Nature and Net Zero Advisory Committee, has been set up, made up of cabinet and cross-party political representatives, which will provide political oversight. Lord Mayor, Birmingham's net zero ambition can only be realised through collective change by the Council and by the City as a whole, through a range of training and awareness-raising activities alongside adoption of the Environmental Sustainability Assessment as part of the Cabinet reports. Good progress is being made to raise awareness of climate change and the need to act among all of our staff. Collaborative working with communities and other city organisations is a key feature in projects, and an exciting programme of engagement is developing, recognising the need to work hand in hand with businesses and citizens. By engaging with a diverse range of voices, we can ensure that Birmingham's progress towards net zero is just and equitable. Lord Mayor, the Route to Net Zero team was established in January 2022, and the recruitment of dedicated officers has enabled a growth in activity to support positive action on emission reductions across council services. This team has enabled Birmingham City Council engagement across a range of forums in the city and beyond, and enabled the development and delivery of projects from which pace and scalability is now being increased. This team includes a dedicated finance and bids lead and behaviour change and engagement lead. In this year's update report, there has been some changes to how activities have been grouped by theme. New build and retrofit have been reported under the theme buildings. Council has been divided into behaviour change and engagement and communications. There are 2 new areas of activities or themes presented in the report: procurement and digital and data. Lord Mayor, the latest national statistics for the City of Birmingham estimate that 3,715 kilotons of carbon dioxide was emitted in 2020, with gas for heating and road transport fuel responsible for around 1/3 each. Since 2005, the city's greenhouse emissions, specifically carbon dioxide, has reduced by 46.6%. The carbon emissions reduction from 2019 to 2020 was 6.5%. Lord Mayor, net zero allows for carbon capture and storage of emissions that cannot be eliminated without significant technological or economic cost. There is no local level allowance for carbon capture and storage or carbon budget specifically for Birmingham. An estimated annual average annual reduction of 530 kilotons, 530,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide is therefore required to meet our 2030 goal. The reduction from 2019 to 2020 was 452 kilotons, 452,000 of CO2. This level of progress needs to be maintained. Lord Mayor, scaling up delivery of carbon dioxide emissions at scale takes time, and over 2022, the Council has been building its understanding and capability to deliver at an increased pace, along with implementing projects that lead to real emission reductions. The creation of a dedicated team is proving to be a key enabler. The team is commissioning key technical pieces of work to inform viable and cost-effective decarbonisation of key assets such as the Birmingham District Energy Company, along with potential for new renewable heat and electricity generation. Lord Mayor, a key priority for 2023 is to improve accuracy of greenhouse gas emissions, information to support progress, reporting and targeting of activity. Lord Mayor, we have had a number of achievements. As the largest local authority housing stockholder in the country, we are harnessing on our level of retrofit commitment to drive scale delivery and supply chain capacity in partnership with Coventry and Wolverhampton councils as part of the Three Cities retrofit. The council's cost of living programme also includes a key workstream on energy efficiency. The Birmingham Transport Plan, now adopted and in the delivery phase, outlines how the city's transport system needs to be transformed to meet the challenges of the next decade. Action on a robust set of measures to assist with modal shift, increasing the amount of sustainable transport we use, will be integral to our net zero journey. The Council are currently working on developing a pathway for decarbonising and expanding the existing city centre district energy network. We are reviewing opportunities for renewable and low carbon energy sources in the city, as well as demand management through heat and electricity storage, and building working relationships with utility providers and key local stakeholders such as Tyseley Energy Park to bring forward new infrastructure projects. An existing circular economy project in Birmingham uses wood waste from urban parks and roads.
Councillor, you're out of time. Is that seconded? We do have members that wish to speak, and I'm now going to call Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Lord Mayor, and Councillor Huxtable is going to make a wider response on behalf of the Conservative group. I just want to make one small point, and one point only, because I want the Council to do something about it. On page 147 of the report, there is a lovely picture of a blue cycleway. Some people will know what's coming next. And it describes the Bristol Road as a main corridor blue route. As I pointed out at full council last year, the Bristol Road cycleway in Edgbaston, not Selly Oak, is not blue anymore. When it was laid, expensive bright blue tarmac was used, but it has not lasted, and the whole route through Edgbaston now looks decidedly grey. Then, to rub salt in the wound, a new cycle route was laid this summer in Edgbaston Ward along Priory and Edgbaston roads, and it was never blue in the first place. Grey tarmac was used, and we were told this was a temporary measure to get it finished in time for the Commonwealth Games. I raised this at full council last autumn. No action. The Commonwealth Games finished 6 months ago, but the cycleway has still not been relayed with blue tarmac as originally promised. In Selly Oak, the last time I looked, the cycleway was blue, but it was laid later than Edgbaston section. Was a better quality tarmac used? If so, we'd like it in Edgbaston. If not, then Selly Oaks won't be blue much longer either. If you brag about how wonderful blue cycleways are, if you run a road safety campaign which says, "Think blue, let cyclists through," then it's really important that the cycleways actually are blue. It's all very well to say Birmingham is going to do all kinds of things to work towards net zero, but I have little faith when faced with a council which can't even produce blue cycle routes that actually are blue, when it's been pointed out to them on numerous occasions. Please, now, can the cycle routes in Edgbaston be relayed blue? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Local and regional authorities have an essential role to play in meeting our national net zero ambitions and local net zero ambitions here in Birmingham. Elected mayors and local councillors are best placed to understand the needs of these areas and know how best to implement net zero policies. And elected mayors and local councillors are the bridge between national government and local communities and neighbourhoods, coordinating our decarbonisation efforts and empowering people to reduce their carbon footprint. Now, we know the government has published a raft of strategies that set the direction, created market frameworks and established the sources of funding for net zero, such as the Green Homes Grant Local Authority Delivery Scheme, the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund and the Home Upgrade Grant. They've given local authorities an opportunity to prove their capability to deliver a greener Britain, and it is for us, as councillors, to deliver a greener Birmingham, or in the case of the cycle paths in Edgbaston, a bluer Birmingham. While the government has also established sources of funding in the transport field, local leaders play a vital part in cutting transport emissions. So, new hydrogen and electric bus fleets are springing up all across the West Midlands, with funding allocated for the ZEBRA, that's Zero Emission Buses for Regional Authorities scheme, here in the West Midlands. Combined authorities and councils are leading the way in reducing air pollution with improved transport infrastructure, such as the Camp Hill line with 3 new stations at Moseley Village, Kings Heath and Pineapple Road, such as the metro extensions that we've seen to Edgbaston Village, the one currently being constructed to Eastside and others across the West Midlands, and with sprint buses, and the cycling infrastructure that we've heard about from Councillor Alden, and more walkable streets. And will inevitably be the ones that end up delivering the government's objective to make public transport and active travel the natural first choice for getting about. Reaching our net zero target and halting Birmingham's contribution to climate change also necessitates a total restoration of our natural environment. Our trees, hedgerows, wildflower meadows and river habitats hold the potential to sequester our emissions, and Birmingham's Urban Forest Master Plan has made an excellent start in this regard. Nature can be a defence from flooding and a provider of skilled jobs, and local authorities, such as here in Birmingham, are well placed to deliver these nature-friendly projects, such as nature corridors. Whether it's retrofitting our housing stock, building a clean public transport network, or driving investment in both green and blue infrastructure, and when I say blue infrastructure, I do mean rivers, but we can talk about the cycle paths in Edgbaston as well, local leaders and councillors can be visible and accountable drivers of change to deliver on behalf of our constituents. With this in mind, how are we performing in our net zero targets and ambitions in Birmingham? Well, I turned to answer this question to an unlikely source, Climate Emergency UK, who rated the plans of 325 councils and combined authorities grouped into 9 categories. The results were publicised and published in The Guardian last year. And we did well in Birmingham. We did quite well with 53%. However, we do need to do better. In the same survey, our neighbours in Solihull Council scored 85%, and the West Midlands Combined Authority scored 89%. Our residents want to see change and improvement. Our residents want us to build back better and greener. Our residents want to see investment in their communities and neighbourhoods, and a rejuvenated national environment, and our residents want their local leaders and councillors to support them in playing...
Councillor Huxtable, you're out of time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Liz Clements.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased to rise to speak about this annual update on the Route to Zero action plan. And I think it's a very strong record of achievement over the past year, and many innovative projects, particularly in the areas of energy and housing, and Obviously, I'm particularly pleased at the establishment of the corporate team to lead this corporate effort on tackling the climate emergency. But I do still think that however strong this report is, it is still essentially a list of discrete, separate projects. And we all need, as leaders in the council, to work to ensure that the council's efforts are bundled together and are genuinely corporate and strategic. So I think that's a challenge to myself and to Councillor Mahmood and to everybody who's interested in this agenda across the council. I think the pie chart on page 8, which is the breakdown of carbon emissions by sector, is a timely reminder of the importance of decarbonising transport. So I think it underlines the importance of both the Birmingham Transport Plan and the Clean Air Zone and Clean Air Strategy. So all the efforts that we're making on modal shift, pushing for that target of 40% modal shift, will contribute to reducing carbon emissions. And everything that we're doing on active travel, promoting hydrogen buses, building railway stations and so on, that is all part of that, of that campaign for modal shift. And the Clean Air Zone, as we see catalogued in the report, is succeeding in its own terms. It's reducing emissions of nitrogen dioxide, but it's also an enabling tool to allow us to invest in public transport and low emission vehicles and things like the clean car-free school streets and various other initiatives like air quality monitors in schools. So I think when we debate the actions that we're taking in the Birmingham Transport Plan and things like the Clean Air Zone, we need to think about it in that context of tackling climate change. And I think everyone across the chamber should remember that, because there are a set of actions which are entirely consistent with this overall Route to Zero programme. One area that I would, it's not going to surprise anyone probably that I'm going to pick up, that in this document there is reference to a total waste strategy, and here again I'd say that there's evidence of innovative thinking, but you'll search through this document to see any reference to an incinerator, and I think we need to acknowledge that there is still concern out there in the city about our plans to extend the life of the Tyseley incinerator through the current waste procurement contract negotiations, and I think we need to be looking towards a future without incineration. And I note in the section which discusses procurement that there is an acknowledgement that all our procurement activity must make a contribution to reducing carbon. So I think when we're looking at the future of our energy from waste facility, we need to actually live up to that principle. And I will continue to engage in debates about that and discuss it with colleagues in Cabinet and with in the advisory group of which I'm a member. And I suppose just to finish off on the issue of the cycle routes, I think we have a real problem that we've had a lot of capital funding from government, which is welcome to build cycle infrastructure, but the problem that we have is that we don't have the revenue funding to properly maintain the cycle routes when they're in place. And I suppose as someone who does regularly cycle around the city, I'm concerned about the state of maintenance of the cycleways and whether they are in good condition, less about the colour. And the last time we debated this in the chamber, I did mention that I'd been on a holiday in the summer in Germany and visited various cities, including Frankfurt, our partner city, where the segregated cycle routes are red, which I think would be an excellent innovation. But in the end, we have to cut our cloth according to the resources that we've got available to us, and I think we just need to make sure that the cycleways are safe. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sharman Lal.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As the chair of the Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee, this update on the route to net zero is of particular interest to me. The climate crisis is the single biggest challenge that we face as a city, as a country, and across the world. As the report in front of us today shows, transport makes just over a third of the city's carbon dioxide emissions, and we therefore cannot hope to reach net zero without transforming the way that people and goods move around the city. Our city historically, Birmingham has been known as a motor city. While the car will continue to play a role, we must help our residents to make the change to the public transport and active travel, especially given that a quarter of the old car journeys in the city are under a mile long. Lord Mayor, the West Midlands can help to lead the way in the development of new types of vehicles that will reduce emissions. With hydrogen and electric buses, trains giving a solution to clean public transport. The Birmingham Transport Plan sets out how we can reach a cleaner and greener future for transport. And I was pleased to read that significant achievements have been made in the past year in delivering this plan. Lord Mayor, we know that active travelling is one of the keys to reaching a net zero future, but people need to have the confidence and ability to cycle and walk safely and efficiently around their neighbourhoods. The £70 million of investment that's going into active travel until 2028 will help to deliver a new network of cycling and walking routes across the city, giving pedestrians and cyclists greater priority on our roads. We therefore encouraging more people to take up active travel. Our bold Clean Air Zone, which began in June 2021, has seen a 7.5% drop in the most polluting vehicles visiting the city centre, reducing the levels of hydrogen dioxide. Now, the benefits of the Clean Air Zone will be shared throughout the city. The Clean Air Zone Fund, with £40 million of revenue already being allocated to a number of schemes across the city. This will make our school streets safer, our communities greener and healthier. Lord Mayor, this report shows that that's the progress we are making on our route to net zero, but we must accelerate the pace of change in order to meet our ambitious goals. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I support this report.
Councillor Roger Harmer.
Thank you, Lord. Pardon me. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The 13 months since the last annual report have put the focus on some particular reasons for moving to a net zero carbon world, reasons that perhaps are normally understated. And those are that the economic and political value of moving away from a dependency on burning fossil fuels to heat our homes and generate electricity. This comes from both the volatility of fossil fuel prices and our dependence on their supply from highly unstable and troubling parts of the world. Indeed, there is a good argument that by pumping huge amounts of money into those parts of the world, as the richer economies of the world have for the past 50 years by buying their fossil fuels, is in itself an important cause of their instability. Of course, the environmental reasons have also been highlighted pretty strongly too in the past year, with temperature records being broken here and around the world. In terms of how we are doing, the report, as it admits, presents a flattering picture. The scale of the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions in 2020, while in line with the pace we need to achieve, was clearly exaggerated by the reduction in energy demand caused by the pandemic lockdowns. This has since unwound, as we will no doubt see in next year's report. For example, fossil fuel use in UK electricity generation nationally fell 18% in 2020, but rose back up again by 13% in 2021 as the economy recovered. So we need to move faster. There's a huge amount in this report, so in my remaining time I'll focus on a few points of note. To start with a positive, we are clearly now seeing the benefits of having a dedicated team to drive the plan forward, to win funding and to ensure the massive council strategies and policies align with the Route to Zero goals. We're also seeing progress with the electrification of transport, albeit it's a more mixed picture and largely driven by electric drive being cheaper than diesel in terms of lifetime cost now. And the limiting factor now and for the foreseeable future is actually production capacity, fundamentally in terms of battery production. But there are a few odd aspects of the report in this regard. First, that we continue to promote hydrogen for vehicles when it's pretty clear that battery electric has that technology beaten all ends up in terms of efficiency, and that the price of battery electric vehicles has further to fall once production catches up with demand. I'm all for continuing research on hydrogen, but even Toyota have now basically admitted they got it wrong in terms of hydrogen having a near or mid-term commercial future in transport. I'm also bemused about the focus on purchase price cost of refuse lorries. What matters is the total life cost, and EVs bring huge savings in fuel and particularly repair, maintenance and outage rates, which we know is a huge factor for waste lorries. It's always been known that's always been known theoretically, but we now see Hertz saying that their EV fleet has 40 to 50% lower maintenance costs. So just quoting a purchase price is an excuse to delay action, and we need to eliminate those. On EV charging, we seem to have a schizophrenic attitude, promoting more chargers but worrying that doing so sustains private car ownership. Well, I'm all for modal shift onto public transport and cycling, but if we try and do this by limiting EV charging, we'll just end up with a concentration of the residual combustion engine stock in the country. As the nation moves to EVs, we need to use other tools to get people out of their cars. And in this respect, the report highlights the painful slow progress of car-free schools. 22 in 4 years, it's not enough. There's so much more to say, and I hope we get back to more regular member input in the coming year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been 3.5 years since this council unanimously declared a climate emergency, and if by emergency we mean a fire engine immediately responding to a burning building, it hasn't always felt like an emergency response. There have been some positive developments, however, and this year's update report outlines a few of them. So, as has been mentioned already, getting a climate team set up and in place, having requirements for decisions that the council makes to take account of their climate impacts, although, Lord Mayor, the jury is probably still out on that, how effective that will be and the impact it will have, or whether it degenerates into another cabinet box-ticking exercise. But let's hope not. And also, Lord Mayor, it does need to include carbon-saving information in those cabinet environmental assessments. And a third positive would be the issues and options consultation in the Birmingham Plan, which did have a number of good improvements suggested in that consultation. And I'm led to believe that's partly because of, again, having the climate team in place, inputting into that consultation before it went live. As a group, we inputted into that consultation and built on those suggestions for improvements to make even more ideas to improve Birmingham's refreshed plan. But these positives, to a certain extent, are a rare exception that proves the rule. That the Council's climate emergency response, outlined in this report, feels rather piecemeal, a collection of pilots, projects, and things that the Council would have probably done anyway. It's still not yet the big step change of policy and system change from the Council that we need to see. Furthermore, we haven't seen that much public progress on this since last year's elections. And the fact that only 30 minutes were allocated for this originally on the Council agenda, I think, speaks volumes about the priority that's been given. The report, for example, talks about the mobile household recycling centres. And I know these are a favoured pet project of the Cabinet member, but this is a prime example of a project the Council was doing anyway. And as popular and as useful as they might be, and I don't necessarily deny that, it is disingenuous, Lord Mayor, to claim that the main driver for them is climate change, or that they were ever part of a climate action plan, or even that they're actually saving that much carbon, considering how much stuff gets brought to the mobile household recycling centres that is for general waste and therefore burnt in the incinerator. The report outlines how the corporate portfolio is considering putting solar on some council buildings. This was an idea, as I recall, that was in a Green Lib Dem budget amendment. In an era of high energy bills, I don't see many council buildings where this wouldn't save the council money. But we're still talking about feasibility studies and doing it on just a few council buildings, as opposed to just saying, no, our policy is going to be, we're going to put solar on all council buildings to try and save the council money on energy and save carbon. Passive house, again, another example. It's just one pilot project in Dorbury Fields that's only submitted an outline planning application, as opposed to the council saying, no, we're going to make all houses that we build passive house standard. And it's also disappointing to see the report claim that the incinerator is a green way of dealing with the city's waste, and when it is one of the single biggest emitters of fossil fuels in the city. Or carbon, rather, in the city, Lord Mayor. But it's easy to point out what's missing, Lord Mayor. So I'm going to suggest 3 things the council could do to make the step change we need. 1, make all council-built properties, homes, passive house standard. 2, install solar on all council buildings to save energy. And 3, commit to a waste system that does not use a tight incinerator and get off that polluting way of dealing with the city's waste, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Carey-Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm grateful to Councillor Mahmood for his work on this report and particularly the support stated within it for the Climate and Ecology Bill and how some of the vital elements in this report are reflected in our aspiration and policies, but clearly there will always be more to do. Lord Mayor, we have already caused irreversible damage to our climate and the impacts of this are being felt across the world. And while government has stressed the importance of addressing the climate emergency, it has consistently failed to make meaningful policy changes in spite of overwhelming public concern. The Climate and Ecology Bill is a piece of legislation that would provide a real mechanism to ensure that the public voice is heard. And it would also hold governments to account when they do not deliver. It would address the real scale of the challenges posed by the climate crisis with a framework that will require any future policy making to be guided by the most up-to-date climate science. It would aim to provide a joined-up strategy that recognises that the 2 aspects of the climate emergency, as Councillor Mahmood referred to earlier, global warming and ecological breakdown, are very much linked, and these are also linked in our route to net zero policy. We still have an over-reliance on fossil fuels, and the need for a transition to renewable energy is needed now. But we have a government whose net zero strategy has again and again been found failing and has been deemed to be illegally lacking in ambition. The bill sets out long-term plans to tackle climate and ecological disasters. Councillor Huxtable talked about the decarbonisation strategy, but as the bill highlights, there are glaring omissions in this strategy, and key changes include closing emission loopholes and taking real responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions. And we might be told of the wonderful work that our government is doing, but do we really have any confidence that current legislation will lead us out of the climate and ecological emergency? Our government consistently is voting to allow the continued dumping of sewage in our waters. We have no confidence. We must all support the Climate and Ecology Bill, and as a council, as councillors, and more importantly, as political party members, we must do everything in our power to make this happen. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Majid Mahmood to reply.
Just 5 minutes. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank all the speakers, and I'll try in turn to answer some of the questions and provide some of the comments. Councillor Deidre Olden, I've never seen anyone so passionate about the colour blue before, and if it was up to me, I would, if I had the funds within my portfolio, I would try to assist you, but I'm sure that there's funding available through minor ward funding. There's also the local ward measures that are coming through, and maybe something that you could look into. But it would be my colleague, Councillor Liz Clements, who would be best placed to reply to you in relation to your colour blue lines that you want in your corridor in Edgbaston. Councillor Timothy Huxtable, I agree with you around hydrogen buses. It's something that the regional, West Midlands Regional Board has been bringing forward, and something that needs to be expanded also. If we want to move people away from cars onto buses, we do need to have the best public transport system. That's something where you could lobby the Metro Mayor, and hopefully in next year there's a new election, and I'm sure the new candidate from the Labour Party will do their utmost to ensure that we get the funding that we are required in order to upscale our public transport in the region. I also agree with you that it's down to local leadership. Completely agree with you on that, and in fact we've got a responsibility as local councillors to have that culture change in our wards to ensure that we are all on the same hymn sheet in trying to get to net zero by 2030. The nature environment, which you touched upon, is actually a particular strength in the city. We're recognised by the United Nations Farming and Agricultural Organisation as a tree city of the world. And during last year, we were awarded the Queen's Green Canopy Champion City for the work undertaken in partnership with Birmingham Trees for Life, engaging local residents in tree planting. And I saw a number of photos from colleagues from cross-party where you helped with the citywide tree orchard scheme, planting fruit trees and wildflowers and meadows. That's also something that planners are now driving in terms of large developments in the city. That's something that will happen across the region. In terms of our vehicles, as you're aware, we are investigating the changeover of our fleet from diesel to alternative fuels. Although diesel engines now have reduced emissions, we are exploring electric and hydrogen options. We have had successful trials with electric vehicles, and we are now looking at ways to move from our fleet from a diesel to alternative fuel option. The difficulty again is around cost. A electric vehicle costs double the amount for a diesel vehicle, and a hydrogen vehicle, refuse vehicle, will cost 4 times the cost of a diesel vehicle, so it does come down to cost. We do actually have a new fuel contract now. The option is a HVO, hydro-treated vegetable oil, has presented itself, and we are keen to start using this now also instead of diesel. Councillor Liz Clements agreed. We are all of us are in this together. We have to work collectively and collaboratively. We now have the strategic board, which you're a member of, and all members of the cabinet are members, including the opposition lead. So whenever there's a topic of discussion which involves a cabinet member's responsibility portfolio, they're expected to attend and to assist with that. And you are right, over the year, mechanisms have been incorporated into our procurement arrangements to enable service areas to set out the contracts to be tendered, which will support carbon emissions. I'm not allowed to talk about the incinerator, because there's live procurement involved in that. But what we have done with Veolia currently, who are current contractors, they have invested in additional instrumentation to enable continuous monitoring of CO2 emissions, and these figures have been submitted in the annual report to the Environment Agency, and these figures will be in the public domain in due course. Councillor Chimalal, first of all, can I congratulate you on being elected as the Lord Mayor-elect for the next municipal year, and thank you for the work that you've been doing in your capacity as the chair of the Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny. It's very much appreciated. I've discussed the vehicle procurement. There is going to be a private briefing to your committee, I believe next week or the week after, so we all understand which way we're going with that. It's also imperative, as you said, that all communities work together for a cleaner, greener Birmingham. That can only be achieved if we work together. Roger Harmer, totally agree with you around policies in our country and neighbouring countries does have an impact on the developing world. The floods, the devastating floods that occurred in Pakistan, is a prime example of people suffering due to policies and not us changing our lifestyles. Other people are suffering because of that. I agree with you, the pandemic did kind of skew the figures in terms of the numbers of CO2 emissions, but that is a challenge, and that's something all of us need to champion for net zero. I mentioned about the cost of vehicles. Car-free schools, again, that's, it's outside of my remit. It's something that my councillor colleague Liz Clements is dealing with, but I agree with you, it does need to be significantly increased, and we do need to insist that more people walk to school as opposed to using transport to get to cars to get to school. And so often I see in my ward.
Thank you, Councillor. Time. Sorry, not doing too well today. Is that agreed? Give me a sentence, not a paragraph.
Okay.
We now move on to agenda item 11, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. Could I also ask that when you present the motion, you clearly state, I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Mariam Khan to move the motion of which she has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to propose the Labour motion as set out in my name in today's papers. Since the year 2000, sustained investment from the Labour government managed to repair much of the damage done to the NHS by the previous 2 decades of underfunding. Then in 2010, David Cameron's government threw that away with a decade of government mismanagement and underinvestment in the healthcare system. Yesterday saw the largest ever strike in NHS history as nurses and paramedics walked out in protest over chronic understaffing largely caused by poor pay and working conditions. 289 nurses were on strike at UHB in Birmingham. The NHS Confederation states that the lack of capacity in hospitals is the result of 12 years of austerity, and the British Medical Association Chair, Professor Phil Banfield, has said that the underfunding has been caused by a political choice of Conservative governments since 2010. Investing in the NHS does not mean simply throwing money at it without putting the appropriate infrastructure in place alongside a longer-term plan which includes a whole system approach. We cannot continue pouring money into a 20th century version of healthcare which is not fit for the future. A lack of government support within primary care is contributing to the collapse of emergency care as residents across Birmingham who are unable to get GP appointments end up putting further pressures on A&E. The appalling wait times for ambulances and A&E treatment cannot be fixed without freeing up beds, but that requires fixing the crisis in social care as well. And Rishi Sunak has abandoned a promised tax increase to fund social care and has pushed back plans to reform care costs. There is no healthcare without social care, and the NHS is fundamental to how we support our citizens in Birmingham as they age. And that is why, as Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, I am so passionate about protecting our NHS and its hard-working staff. Lord Mayor, at some stage in our life, every single one of us here in this chamber will have relied on the NHS in one form or another, whether that be for GP appointments or for life-saving emergency intervention. I'm sure we all clapped on our doorsteps alongside the Prime Minister during the pandemic, but our clapping did not provide them with the adequate PPE to keep them safe, and will not ensure that they have improved working conditions or a rate of pay which better reflects what they are worth. Nurses and ambulance workers will do a 12-hour shift of working under the most difficult pressures and demands, and then resort to having to access food banks to feed their families. They don't even have the time to access the Wellbeing Hub service which has been set up at their workplaces to help them deal with their own well-being. It is shameful that this is how our NHS staff are being treated in 2023. The cost of living crisis is yet another example of government mismanagement, and not only for the most vulnerable in society. It affects everyone, even if they are working tirelessly, helping people who need support from the National Health Service. And the government continues to push out policies which have led to growing levels of inequality and just serve to exacerbate the crisis. Lord Mayor, the decision to strike is never taken lightly when you will lose a day's pay and you're already feeling the pinch. It's even harder when you work in the care sector and you know how your absence will affect the people you care about in the course of doing your job. I fully support the right to strike. Nurses and ambulance workers are not just striking for themselves and better conditions for them, or the right to be paid fairly. But many of the NHS staff that I have spoken to have made it clear that they are also striking for the benefit of their patients, who ultimately receive less care when the system is underfunded and there are fewer staff. Until the government takes responsibility to sit down and negotiate a pay increase with trade unions representing NHS workers, the strikes will continue with plans this week for nurses, physiotherapists and ambulance staff to walk out. The Royal College of Nursing says that some experienced nursing roles have had real-term wage cuts of as much as 20% since 2010, effectively meaning that they are working 1 day per week for no money. NHS in Birmingham and Solihull Primary Care is struggling to recruit and retain its nursing workforce, as there are currently 2.1 nurses per 10,000 patients compared to the national average position of 2.7. Staff report that morale is at an all-time low. They are stressed, fatigued, tired, and there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. Unable to deliver an acceptable standard of care, many staff are demoralised and considering their options, with many newly qualified medical students choosing to work abroad instead, including junior doctors in Birmingham who are feeling overworked and underpaid. And just last week I spoke to nurses and healthcare assistants who told me for the first time since starting their careers almost a decade ago that they were genuinely considering and looking into alternative careers. And we must remember that these are not just patients from Birmingham who are residents, but also the staff workforce who are feeling pushed to the edge. Last year, Unison warned that the NHS risks losing thousands of low-paid staff, including 999 call handlers, healthcare assistants, medical secretaries and cleaners, as major names on the high street, including supermarkets, coffee shops and logistics firms, pay more than the NHS. This is starting to become a reality. In fact, locally, vacancy rates are high across the NHS in Birmingham and Solihull area, currently at 10.04%, This compares with 9.7% across the NHS and with 9.55% the same time last year. Lord Mayor, this government needs to recognise that it is not sustainable to rely on short-term, one-off injections of funding and expect the whole system to improve. It makes it hard to spend that money effectively, as it is difficult to ramp up social care capacity in a matter of months. This government needs to acknowledge that it is not feasible to continue to operate in a reactive manner with sticking plaster solutions when a financial transplant is what's needed. This government needs to understand that in order to make real improvements in the NHS, a long-term strategy needs to be devised and that has health and social care jointly at its heart, not treated as separate entities. And this is why I urge members of this chamber to join with me and support this motion and back hard-working NHS staff in their fight for better working conditions and fair pay. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Mary Locke to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to support the Labour motion today, as this is a cause that is so very close to my heart. Lord Mayor, before I had the privilege of being elected to this council, I dedicated my life and career to the NHS. I worked in the NHS for 28 years through Conservative governments and Labour governments. From the front line of the health service, I saw the difference that the Labour Party made when it was in office. Lord Mayor, I worked as a ward housekeeper. This meant that I was never highly paid, but what I loved about working for the NHS is that we all worked together as a team. Each of us contributed our hard work, and together we made a difference to people's lives. Non-clinical and clinical staff together, we showed what it means to be treated in the NHS. Lord Mayor, we saw how key workers in health and social care were clapped weekly during the pandemic, during the NHS's time of need. Former staff went back to volunteer, and countless people volunteered to support in whatever way they could. Throughout the pandemic, we saw just how important the NHS is to our society and the dignity that free care at the point of need gives to every single person in our country. The NHS is part of our social fabric, and whilst it's not talked about as much, social care affords people dignity and support during challenging times in their lives. Lord Mayor, I have personal experience of social care. My dear husband David lives in a care home, and every day I am grateful for the hard-working staff who take such good care of him for very little reward. As our motion makes clear, social care in the United Kingdom is on its knees, and this is having an impact on the people of Birmingham. Successive Conservative governments have promised to bring forward plans to reform social care, and they have all failed to do so. Over 13 years, we've had 5 Prime Ministers, 6 different health secretaries, and still counting, and yet still the government has put forward no plans to reform our broken social care system. What is needed is deeds, not words. That's why Labour's motion makes clear that the government needs to give councils like Birmingham a proper settlement for social care, helping us to give our hard-working care workers a decent wage rise and better pay conditions, and tackle the 14% vacancy rate within the social care sector as a whole. Lord Mayor, I hope the government listens to our calls, but I get the feeling that it will be Keir Starmer's Labour government that sorts out this mess, and this cannot come quickly enough.
I have 2 amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Matt Bennett to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to move the amendment in my name that was circulated earlier today. It's good to get a chance to have this debate and to have this motion, because I think there's much actually that we should be able to agree on, I'd hope, in this chamber. I also note that this motion calls for writing letters to the government, and this administration, I have to say, is an administration of prolific letter writers. They often like to send letters. They don't always ask for a motion in council to do it, but seldom a week goes by without a letter being sent to the government with members of this administration advising them on how to do things. And given some of the chaotic things that have happened here in recent times, I wonder how welcome that advice is. My particular favourite was when Councillor Ward and Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Zaffer actually all wrote to the Secretary of State when there was a brief fuel crisis that lasted about a week, asking for a whole system to be set up to have key workers be given preferential treatment at the petrol pumps. That was an incredibly reactive thing to do, and I think they looked rather foolish very quickly. I'm glad today we get a chance to influence what the letter says. So, what we can all agree on. We all value and cherish the NHS, a system whereby people can get healthcare free at the point of delivery. And we all agree, because this motion does actually highlight some very, very real problems that are going on in the NHS at the moment. It's difficult to argue that things are working well, and I wouldn't seek to stand here and say that they are. I don't think anyone in the government would say that things are going well in the NHS at the moment. And there's lots of reasons behind that. We have had COVID, we did shut down a number of things, the number of health treatments and also society itself for a couple of years. So those things have contributed. What our motion seeks to do, though, is try and balance some of these things and point out that despite all these problems, actually health spending, the NHS budget is 39.6% higher than in 2010-11. And that expenditure on social care is 1.5 billion higher. And that our country spends, only 4 countries spend more than we spend on healthcare as a percentage of GDP. Now, Labour will say, as they always say, it's not enough, because it's never enough money for the Labour Party. But what that actually highlights is that despite all that expenditure, despite the ever-rising costs, we are not getting what we want to from the NHS. And I really think it's time for some home truths. The NHS is a service, not a shrine. The NHS is no longer the envy of the world, and I'm not going to pretend it is. It's plain to see, for anyone who uses it, that it's failing patients on a daily basis. We cannot continue pouring money into a 20th century model of care that delivers late diagnosis and more expensive treatment. And there isn't a credible long-term answer to the NHS that only involves more money going in. All those words, of course, as I'm sure you all know, are the words of Wes Streeting. Everything I've just said. Wes Streeting has recognised that it takes more than simply saying money. There needs to be reform. And there needs to be a cross-party attempt at reform, which is why our motion calls for a royal commission to look at all these things, including social care in the round. Because one of the problems that has plagued us, I'm afraid to say, is whenever anyone puts forward a solution to the health and social care, then the partisan wrangling starts. We remember the solution put forward in 2017 by Theresa May to social care. I believe the words dementia tax went ringing out as soon as anything was proposed. Sajid Javid has recently proposed charging. I don't agree with him. I think it's a daft idea myself. But again, it jumps on there. And Wes Streeting's idea, which I also think is a bit daft, having a salaried GP service. I don't agree with that solution either. But there should be a commission that can talk about these things in a sensible manner and take the partisan sting out of it. So why not, Labour members, look at our amendment and join us in call. If we're going to write a letter to the government, let's write to them and call for a royal commission to look at the whole system, retaining absolutely crucially, the system being free at the point of use, but looking at everything, all the problems, and trying to find solutions that we can all sign up to, all political parties can sign up to. Now, I agree with the part of the amendment, the recommendation that we look at better funding for social care in a sense that we're not every year having these extra bits of money to prop it up. I completely agree with that, and that's why our amendment leaves that unchanged. The other amendment we seek to make is simply make it clear that obviously Labour members are going to favour the side of the unions and favour the strikes. And I have sympathy with people anyone who's struggling with the cost of living crisis. I have sympathy with a great deal of what's happening. But there are two parties involved in this, the government and the unions. And our amendment simply makes it clear that we're not just going to lobby the government, but also the unions to sit down and agree a solution and come to a solution that can work for everybody. So, Lord Mayor, I hope that we can find some way of agreeing on this, of agreeing that a Royal Commission to look at the whole system, to come up with solutions that aren't just about funding, that aren't just about the hackneyed cliches that Wes Streeting says that the Labour Party too often relies on with the NHS, are not going to cut it. There needs to be a look at the whole system, health, social care, and find a way to reform it that works and delivers good health and social care outcomes for the people of this country, that isn't going to get caught up in partisan wrangling that stops reform from happening. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rick Payne to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm seconding the amendment in this motion in my own name. Whenever the NHS is subject of any debate, feelings, understandably, run high. Personal experience has its place, of course, but we must seek to base policy on fact and empirical evidence, free from agenda. It is absolutely appalling that the nurses and junior doctors feel they have been given no choice but to strike. In these times where recent worldwide events and totally unjustifiable war in Ukraine have directly led to the stretching of budgets. And let us not forget that the current financial crisis is a worldwide issue and not something that has been cooked up in Westminster. It is a sad situation that people find themselves across the board. As we have stated in our amendment, the government has made more investment in the NHS as they promised to do. And in real terms, the budget was 39.6% higher this year than it was in 2010 and 11. As Conservatives, we recognise the value of the NHS as a national institution, representing the best of British values and our national psyche and conscience. Lord Mayor, the funding issues within the NHS are not only the problems that need to be addressed. Senior management are paid the highest of salaries, in some cases more than some of the top surgeons in our hospitals. This is a situation that has become the bane of the NHS, as these managers appear to be a waste of resources, and indeed, in too many cases, they are the very people who are leading to the hemorrhaging of funds throughout the NHS. And this is why we're asking for the necessary reform as recognised by the Labour leadership across our own city and beyond. While frontline workers are pushed out on strike in the cold, union leaders engage in a political battle looking to bring the country to a halt and to disrupt the lives of people. Let's be clear, if union leaders were really looking out for the interests of our members and the public, they would double their efforts to negotiate an acceptable outcome for all. Instead, they wallow in their 15 minutes. The unions are dragging us back to the dark days of the 70s when the unions were playing the same game to bring down government. They went too far then, and they're going too far now. In the 20s, they were again trying to shorten their term of the democratically elected government by bringing country to its knees. Let's be clear that it is those forced out on strike and ordinary people who are hurt most by this. This is why we are looking to amend the first paragraph, lobby the government and unions to reach an agreement on both pay and for the safety of the very people for whom the NHS was created. We cannot allow the unions to encourage strike action indiscriminately, to hold the country to ransom, to bring the country to its knees. Why is strike action the only action the unions want to take? Because they care more about showing political strength than finding a resolution. What they sadly miss in this isn't the government they wield power over, but the members. How about using dialogue, democracy and negotiation for a change? The frontline staff of the NHS are the people who have dedicated their lives to patients, to saving lives and making lives more comfortable. This is the reason, Lord Mayor, that we are asking the Chamber to support our amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Paul Tilsley to move the second amendment.
Lord Mayor, if we had a national religion, it would be the NHS. The NHS has got a budget of £180 billion. What it doesn't have is a workable workforce plan. And that is what we need to tackle, and that is the essence of the amendment that is standing in my name, which I move. Let's look at the facts. We've got a shortage of 50,000 nurses within the system. We've got a shortage of 50,000 doctors, consultants, and PAMs, professions that are allied to medicine. And effectively, what it is doing is creating enormous frustration within the whole NHS system. And what is our response to that? We will rob third world countries of their trained staff instead of having a workforce plan that is fit for purpose. Now, it's a long-term plan because it takes 7 years to train a GP before they can actually sit behind a desk and independently see you. So we need to be talking about years in advance. And it's something that we don't do very well, long-term planning. Now, 15 months ago, I had to have an emergency scan. It was at 2:30 in the morning. I had no problem with that because you've got a very, very expensive piece of equipment that needs to be working 24 hours a day. But when you look at the situation, we've got 1.56 MRI and CT scanners in the UK. People are seeing to that level. That is the demand. And yet we have 12.5% shortage in radiologists, 15% shortage in radiographers, physiotherapists, we've shortage, phlebotomists, we've got a shortage. All those important professions that contribute to the overall good of the NHS in seeing you, me and everybody else, we have a shortage, and therefore the staff are having to work very, very much harder. And that is where the frustration comes in, because unfortunately, having said that we're robbing third world countries, if we look at the social care, we lost 40,000 workers within the social care industry because of COVID. So we have no easy plan now from the acute hospital to social care to domiciliary care. And that is where the bottleneck is happening. Now, I saw recently that the government has decided to order a vast number of ambulances. Great. That isn't where the problem is, because ordering more ambulances will simply mean that there are waiting rooms outside the hospitals. We're not dealing with the problem. We're not seeing that there is a continuous line of people going into EU, A&E, then being assessed and going onto a ward, then being discharged into the appropriate location, whether it's social care like Moseley Hall or West Heath or Anne-Marie House or Appletree. There are a number of destinations, and that is not happening, unfortunately. And we don't get that continuous flow of patients into acute, through acute, and then discharged. And that is adding to the enormous frustration that there is within the medical profession. Now let's turn locally. UHB is the predominant acute provider in Birmingham. It's got 22,000 staff. It's got a turnover of £2.1 billion. And the other acute provider is Sandwell and West Birmingham. It's got a turnover of £621 million and looks after the west side of the city. Sandwell and West Birmingham are rated good. UHB require improvement. Because of the situation that they find themselves in, unfortunately, we have a situation where both the chairman and the chief executive are being removed. Now, I'm all for dialogue, and my colleagues on the Health and Scrutiny Committee will know that we've had a number of conversations with UHB in an effort to ensure that there is good relations between ourselves as a City Council and UHB management. We can't afford a breakdown in that relationship because we are collectively dependent upon UHB and Sandwell and West Birmingham. However, we have to be big enough to recognise the shortcomings of the system. And whilst there is an acting chairman in, who's been moved in from where I had my knees done, yes. Thank you. And we have an acting chief executive in Jonathan Brotherton, who is acting up. We still need that communication between us because the health of Birmingham is dependent upon good relations between us as a City Council, representing over 1.1 million people, and the acutes through UHB and Sandwell and West Birmingham. We need that as a good relationship to ensure that the health of Birmingham and its citizens are at the heart of what we do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Mumtaz Hussain to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment to this motion. My concern is simple. Residents in Aston are finding it increasingly difficult to get appointments to see their GP. It is not the fault of hard-working NHS doctors and nurses, but the fault of the system. I would like to thank every healthcare profession who is continuing to work hard under the relentless pressure put onto them by this government. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
We now move on to debate, and I will call Councillor Zul Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just start saying waits, ambulance delays and getting appointments are at their worst levels on record. The health service was already under pressure, the result of long-standing problems, but COVID, flu and now strike action by staff have all added to the sense of crisis. Pay cut to medical staff and added more complex, and definitely NHS need more trained doctors and nurses to minimize present crisis. Lord Mayor, just to tell you about my wife who has been suffering from heart problem because of the COVID-19. She was suffering from for about 4 or 5 months, and she could not go to the hospital because there was no seat available. Well, anyway, because the consultant already advised her to have a heart scan, and she got an appointment in June 2021, then it was cancelled for some reason because they are on pressure. Then it was second appointment was given in June 22, but it was also cancelled. And it was third appointment was given in the last month. It's cancelled again, and she is still waiting. She's very frustrated, and she's is in anxiety because her heart pain is growing. So the NHS is facing what health leaders say is the worst crisis in its history. Hospital trust and ambulance services across England are declaring critical incident, and waiting times for admission to accident in emergency departments have reached unprecedented levels. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine estimated that 300 to 500 people a week are dying as a result of delays to emergency care. Lord Mayor, the fifth wave of COVID-19 infection since the appearance of Omicron variant late in 2021 is washing across the UK. At the same time, influenza surging, driven by increased social mixing, as distancing precautions taken during the pandemic are relaxed. There are around 100,000 general and acute beds within hospitals across England. said Stuart Holding-Knott, researcher at the Institute for Government think tank, according to data, up until Christmas Day, about 7% of those are filled with individuals who are being treated for neither flu or COVID. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Court Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will follow the precedent set by Councillor Bennett and start with a quote and a question. So who said this on the 31st of July 2019? Quote, "And so I am announcing now on the steps of Downing Street that we will fix the crisis in social care once and for all. And with a clear plan we have prepared." No talk of a Royal Commission. A clear plan we have already prepared to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve. It's the same person, 3¼ years later, giving a validatory speech on the steps of Downing Street. Quotes, "My government has succeeded in delivering our manifesto commitments, including, by the way, including social care, reforming social care." Yes, this is Boris Johnson, the biggest fantasist in British political history. I don't need to go further than to quote the response to that statement from the Chief Executive of Care England, Professor Martin Green, who said this is a final insult from the outgoing Prime Minister to the millions of people who are being left without the support they need. It is far from fixed. As we know, it is far from fixed. In the latest issue of the Local Government Association newsletter, which I know we all read, I'll quote another Conservative, David Fothergill, Somerset County Councillor for the district of Moncton and North Curry, believe it or not. Councillor Fothergill chairs the LGA's Community Wellbeing Board. His comments on things as they now stand. A decade of consistent underfunding of social care and underinvestment in community health services has led us into this crisis. His words, not mine. We have consistently said in the LGA, this is a Conservative leader, that £13 billion extra is needed to social care for its many issues to be addressed. And he goes on, I'm sure we've read in the newsletter, of the detail of the Conservative leader of that committee on the state of adult social care. One other quote, I think it's a biblical quote, "Out of their own mouths are they condemned." We know that there needs to be a reform of social care. We heard in the Scrutiny Committee of the work being done on fair cost of care review. We also know that the proposal funding reform is kicked down the road a further 3 years to 2025, after the next election, conveniently. They've run out of time and they've run out of road. What we need is a fully funded, fully integrated national health and care service. That's what this resolution is calling for in the request to government. We do not need a Royal Commission with 5 years on a Royal Commission. We need swift action to put this right for once and for all. We have had delays. We want an end to the endless delays. We need an answer, and we need it now. Thank you very much.
Councillor Lisa Trickett.
The Royal College for Emergency Medicine estimates that 500 people a week are dying because of the current crisis and the backlog between the back door and the front door and patients not being able to move through. 500 people a week. How many more deaths is this government going to allow before it does something? Can I also point out to my colleague's point there, it's not unions that strike, it's workers that strike. And in this instance, it's nurses that are striking. The very nurses, the very people your government was so keen that we all came out to clap for week after week through the pandemic. The difficulty for nurses is clapping does not feed your kids. It does not heat your home. It does not actually allow you to abide by your professional integrity and deliver the caring professional service you swore to do when a service is at breaking point in the way the Tories have allowed to do it. When Sunak was asked what his view was and whether he could actually do something for the nurses' pay claim, he's had two responses. I don't have a magic wand. Fair enough, I wasn't asking him to stick a tutu on, but, you know, he doesn't have a magic wand. His other comment was, it's not affordable. It's not affordable to pay nurses what they deserve. It was affordable to pay Boris Johnson's legal fees. It was affordable to pay your mates test and trace contracts. It was affordable to pay your mates for failing PPE equipment. And above all, it's exceptionally affordable to keep non-dom status going for you and your family. Politics is about choices, and in this case, the choice for this government is that they want to see workers pay for the fact they crashed the economy. There is an energy crisis, there is a worldwide crisis, but there is also a question of competence, and we have an incompetent government that is incapable of leadership. We offer some hope, though, because what we can see is we can see where Labour in power can make a difference. Labour in Wales came to the table. Labour in Wales negotiated. Labour in Wales found 3% extra for nurses. No nurse in Wales is striking today. That is governance, that is leadership, and that is showing the respect that nurses so much deserve. We cannot continue as we are. There is a crisis, and whatever figures you may wish to quote, Age UK are very clear. £8 billion has been lost in adult social care since 2010. We know in this city, year on year, we've had to put up the council tax because your government has refused to pay what this city needs in social care and instead expects us to tax the lower paid residents that occupy this city, then instead take it from a tax system that affords benefits to the wealthy. Is that fair? Is it surprising workers strike? Is it surprising that nurses have had enough? I conclude in saying I totally support the motion because quite...
Thank you. Time. Councillor Marcus Bernasconi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is not an overstatement to say our NHS is in crisis. Waiting lists at an all-time high, staff morale at an all-time low. And there is no clearer sign of a service on the brink than the sight of ambulances queuing for hours outside of A&Es across the country. After more than 12 years in charge, the Tory government's response is this: a bill in Westminster to sack nurses brave enough to strike due to appalling pay and conditions, and a shoddy attempt to impose minimum service standards on those who are working themselves to the bone for our health service. Lord Mayor, the government cannot legislate their way out of 13 years of failure. Only last week, the Chief Executive of Birmingham and Sandwell NHS Hospitals, which runs City Hospital on the border of my North Edgbaston ward, reported 1,000 vacancies out of 7,500 posts. He said that in their A&E departments, around 40% of staff tend to be agency or bank. It is simply not possible for a service to operate at its best where nearly half of staff are a non-permanent workforce. A friend who has worked as a nurse in our NHS for over 10 years first at the QE in Edgbaston and now at Heartlands, has told me this: I will always be proud of my profession and my colleagues and what we can achieve with the right level of funding and resources. But after years of underfunding, there are significant structural strains on the service we can provide. She goes on to say, retention is at an all-time low. Every day, more and more of my colleagues leave the profession. Now, we are vilified by a government who hailed us as heroes no less than 3 years ago. Lord Mayor, when my friend qualified and received her pin, it was one of the proudest moments of her life, and it was one of mine too. She served with pride during the pandemic, caring for the sick and for the dying, bringing patients dangerously close to death back to full health. It is a mark of shame that my friend, her colleagues, our NHS heroes, have seen no real terms pay rises in over a decade. When starting her career, she wouldn't have dreamed of ever needing to take strike action. Now, like many others, she sees no other option. A government willing to sit down and have serious talks with unions could solve this stalemate. A Labour government would show leadership and treat workers with the respect they deserve by getting all sides back around the negotiating table. We would work in partnership with trade unions to resolve issues before the need for industrial action. And that's what this motion is about. A message from this chamber that we recognise the sacrifices of nurses, doctors, all of the NHS staff that have taken over the past few years. It's not much to ask the government to put this right, to provide security for our doctors and nurses, to protect the long-term stability of the workforce, and to preserve the future of our one-of-a-kind National Health Service. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to intervene in the debate because we were deliberating actually how votes should go this afternoon. I agree with everything that's being said on that side about the state of the NHS, and we entirely agree we have an incompetent government that's compounded its own problems over many years, and the elephant in the room is, of course, Brexit, which has driven away many skilled staff from this country who could have been working in the NHS. However, we all want the Conservatives to be evil in that respect. But to be fair, their amendment this afternoon is not evil. Their amendment this afternoon is reasonable. The Royal Commission they propose is not by any means a whole answer to the NHS. The answers, everybody's putting forward part of the answers, social services, sorting that out, sorting out the workforce and the recruitment, sorting all that out, are critical to solving the issues and critical to ensuring that people and patients get proper and prompt and adequate care, and critical to reducing that 7 million strong waiting list, which is bumping along behind the crisis in emergency care at the moment. All that is critical. But we also had to be prepared, and I think all sides are trying to think about how you have a long, hard look at the future of the NHS, the future of social care, how it has worked in the future, how it responds to changing technology, which is changing quite substantially and quite rapidly. And on the Labour side, we know that it is quite correct that Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting have been advocating some quite radical and unpalatable solutions, particularly to primary care. And I think sometimes the way they've done it has been quite cack-handed. I'm a left-hander, by the way, so I'm allowed to say that. But in doing so, they're also recognising there are opportunities and things that will change in the future, which is why I think that as a council we'd be unreasonable to refuse the offer, if you like, of a Royal Commission, and the Conservative side's being reasonable in this instance, apart from not mentioning the elephant in the room, which is Brexit, which has really undermined staffing in the NHS. And as Councillor Tilsley said, means that the NHS has to recruit internationally outside Europe and go to poor companies and raid their trained staff, because we're not training enough in this country, and we're struggling to step up training in this country. And in fact, universities are trying to set up medical schools, and they're being prevented from doing so, to recruit local students to go into them. So there is a lot of incompetence, short-sightedness, all the rest in the national government. But it doesn't mean that we might not possibly come to an agreement this afternoon in this council about some of the things. And one of those is I think we all support the nurses. We all support them getting a decent pay rise. It is ridiculous. And again, it is a sign of government incompetence. They've leaving themselves into a corner where the nurses have been on strike 2 days this week. It's just ridiculous for any government to get themselves in that position. So I hope we can reach some kind of consensus this afternoon. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Clements.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start by saying that I'm in total solidarity with members of the RCN and Unison and all the unions that are striking in the health service at the moment, and that they've got to the stage where they've had to resort to withdrawing their labour, and that is a disgrace. But the act of withdrawing your labour is a fundamental human right, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. All those workers aren't striking lightly. You know, they've seen their pay decrease by up to 20% in real terms in some cases. But when you listen to nurses, doctors, allied staff and care workers talking about the reasons why they're striking, it's not just about pay, it's about patient safety. And I just want to make some reflections of what it means to be in a dangerously understaffed hospital ward or a dangerously understaffed ICU or being served by an ambulance service which is dangerously understaffed. It means that the dignity and the care, particularly for older people, is placed in jeopardy. And you get to the state where older people, like my mother, are simply afraid of a hospital admission. And what it has meant for me, in my experience, was arriving to a general hospital in Essex to find my dad left overnight in agony, developing sepsis and getting pneumonia. That was in 2019, before the pandemic. What it also meant was my late partner being left on a trolley overnight, waiting to be admitted from A&E into a ward at the QE. Unfortunately, he had a period of long illness. That happened to him several times. And then in the beginning of 2022, I was with my 97-year-old uncle on New Year's Day in Stevenage. He choked on a piece of turkey, and we phoned up the Eastern Ambulance Service and were told that there was no realistic chance of him getting an ambulance at all for the whole day. At that point, we drove him to the hospital. So that's what it means to be dangerously understaffed and to have 130,000 vacant posts in the NHS and to have desperate understaffing in the care sector. Now, that's a real threat to all of us, and we can no longer have the sense that we can rely on the NHS. And I know, because I've got so many friends who work in the NHS, that no NHS worker wants to deliver anything other than an excellent service to their patients. And I absolutely respect the professionalism, and I'll thank all the staff who provided really great care on other occasions to my parents and to my partner and to my uncle. But a lot of the time at the moment, it is simply impossible for those dedicated professionals to provide good care in the NHS. And I think we shouldn't be taken in by this argument that it's all something that's happened after the pandemic, because I've got in front of me an article from Nursing Notes which is reminding us that in January 2017, the Red Cross was called into A&E departments in NHS hospitals across England, and a humanitarian crisis was declared. And I saw, because I had relatives who were ill throughout the 2010s, the decline of NHS services through consistent underfunding and the lack of a staffing strategy. So I think it's an emergency for all of us. And on the right to strike, which I referred to at the beginning as a fundamental human right, I'm absolutely scandalised that the government's response to nurses going out on strike, that the government's response is to threaten them with the sack through this minimum service legislation, because that is just absolutely tin-eared, but more fundamentally it's an attack on their rights as employees, and it's flouting international commitments that we've made through things like the ILO Convention, the Conventions of the International Labour Organization. And a colleague on the other part of the chamber was talking about unions turning the clock back to the 70s or the 20s. But for me, that is actually turning the clock back to either the 19th century or 1930s Germany. And I think we must resist that attempt to clamp down on the right to strike, absolutely. And I know that the Labour movement will unite against that and protect people's right to strike. Thank you.
Councillor Alex Atking.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to start by doing a favour for anyone who's watching at home and playing a game of Birmingham City Council bingo and say I wasn't planning to speak on this. But there are a number of things that I think are important to point out. Firstly, from listening to councillors in the opposition party, I think you'd be forgiven for forgetting that the Conservatives have been in charge for the last 13 years. Starting with criticism of a service that they've consistently been cutting, mismanaging and running into the ground to the detriment of the people who use it, our constituents, our friends and our family. And they not only criticised, but appeared to have blamed everyone and everything else but themselves. The unions, COVID, a recession which occurred due in part to the short-lived but catastrophic reign of former Prime Minister Liz Truss. But the fact of the matter is this, as some of my colleagues have pointed out today, the issues in the NHS, the problems facing the incredible staff who sacrifice so much to keep us safe and healthy aren't new. The NHS wasn't solely plunged into crisis as a result of the pandemic, nor because the unions and their members are standing up to demand better. And that's key. It's not just demanding more, they're demanding better. It's not just about their own pay. They want the resources available to do the job effectively because they go into public service to keep people safe. These issues have been caused by a systematic failure of governance from the Conservative Party and all of its Prime Ministers, from David Cameron to Theresa May to Boris Johnson to Liz Truss and to Rishi Sunak, the latter of which hopefully being the last in a long line of failing Conservative Prime Ministers. But what was most striking is actually what was missing from their speeches: tangible solutions. By the sounds of things, the Conservatives are out of touch, out of control, and importantly, just out of ideas. So if, as they appear to be suggesting, they really do need help from other parties to fix our public services, then they should do our NHS and our country a favour and make way for a government who's actually up to the job.
I now call Councillor Mariam Khan to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start off by saying a thank you to Councillor Mary Locke for seconding this motion and for the many years of service that you've given as a valid member of the NHS. And thank you also to the members who have taken the time to contribute to the debate today. Aside from the members of the opposition who have brought amendments forward, I'd like to say thank you to Councillor Islam, Councillor Polcott, Councillor Trickett, Councillor Bernasconi, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Clements and Councillor Aitken. And the reason why I mentioned everyone's names there was just to kind of reflect back on how majority of the members who have contributed to the debate are Labour Party members. We may not agree on everything across the chamber. Okay. I hear what you're saying, but aside from... okay, I'm not going to go into this because you're going to eat into my time, but I hear what you're saying. But unless there was some sort of situation over there, it seems to me that the opposition members recognise, and actually going back to Councillor Bennett, thank you for recognising that there are definitely issues going on within the NHS and recognising the problems there. But you can't deny that the advice given within the motions is not worth giving. And in relation to the Royal Commission suggestion in your amendment, in the words of Harold Wilson, in relation to Royal Commissions, is that they take minutes and waste years. The NHS staff and patients need action now, and I think that point was reiterated by Councillor Tilsley in your remarks. And I'd like to just pick up on the other points that you made as well, Councillor Tilsley, around the good relationship in terms of the local system and ensuring that the local trusts and the NHS leaders have a good relationship with ourselves, because ultimately we are all part of this system here that serves the entire city. Figures from the Nuffield Health Trust show that changes in health spending per capita adjusted for demographic changes are as follows. From 1997 to 2010, under a Labour government, the average annual change in per capita health spending was plus 5.67%. And from 2010 to 2015, under Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition, the figure was minus 0.07%, and from 2015 to 2021, under the Conservatives, it was minus 0.03%. This shows that the Conservative government has failed to increase NHS spending in line with demographic change, and that in real terms, the NHS has been cut. The spending on NHS is not the only measure by which we should judge the health service. Thanks to the Tory governments, we now have huge workforce shortages in the NHS with almost 50,000 nursing vacancies across the country. Let's put that into perspective. That's more than the capacity of Villa Park. The real questions that have to be asked here are, why has this government failed to provide any NHS workforce plan for over 12 years? Why did they cut 4,000 nurse training places in 2010 and suspend medical school expansion? Why did they end the NHS student bursary in 2017? There's lots of other whys, and I could just go on, but I think we get the message here. What must be clear is that we recognise that health and social care are both equally critical parts of the wider healthcare system, and ultimately, until serious intervention by the government is made to address the asks of valued NHS staff in regards to fair pay and better working conditions, as well as a longer-term plan to tackle funding issues, nothing will change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the first amendment proposed by Councillor Matt Bennett and seconded by Councillor Rick Payne. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. We will now vote on the second amendment proposed by Councillor Paul Tilsley and seconded by Councillor Mutsaz Hussain. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? That is carried. We now move on to the second motion. Could I ask that when you present the motion, that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Gareth Moore to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and just to reiterate what you said, I move the motion that's been set out in my name. I'd also like to declare that I'm a member of the Police and Crime Panel and also a member of the Local Partnership Delivery Group for Birmingham North. I'd also like to begin by first of all thanking all those staff, both here at the Council and within housing providers, as well as the police, for all their hard work that they do in Birmingham, tackling the issues of antisocial behaviour. I know that sometimes that can be a thankless task, given the pernicious nature that antisocial behaviour has, and I'm sure many councillors here would have received repeated emails with complaints about antisocial behaviour from their own residents. Now, antisocial behaviour can often be very difficult for people, particularly because sometimes it can be incredibly repetitive, and therefore it drills down on their quality of life and their mental well-being. And sometimes people become very, very exacerbated by being subject to repeated antisocial behaviour. And what's particularly annoying is that a lot of the times that these do not meet the criminal threshold. This is stuff that happens at a low-level nature, doesn't meet the criminal threshold, therefore it's very difficult to tackle some of those issues. But it's really important we do that because it's affecting people's quality of life. I also want to touch on the scale of the problem, because I do have here some statistics from the police. So these are the reported incidents of antisocial behaviour. So obviously there will be those that didn't meet the criminal threshold, but there will also be those that weren't reported. Now in total, for 2021, there were short of 16,000 incidents of antisocial behaviour reported to the police alone. Now that's slightly lower than actually the 2020 figures, which are actually at just under 25,000. But then we were under lockdown at that time, so I can imagine a lot more people were feeling subject to antisocial behaviour from their neighbours in a way that they perhaps wouldn't in a normal working environment. I don't have the figures for 2022, unfortunately, but I do have the figures for Erdington Ward, of which in Erdington Ward alone, there were 224 reported crimes of antisocial behaviour. Now, obviously, I'm particularly concerned about antisocial behaviour in Erdington, but it's a problem that affects the entire city, and it's something we need to take action on, given those figures that I've just highlighted. Now, obviously, there's a role for the police in that, but there's also a role that Birmingham City Council can do. And so the motion we've put forward here today is about things the council can do to tackle the issues of antisocial behaviour that are sadly plaguing our wards and affecting our residents. Now, the first one is around the community trigger. Now, it's something that actually a lot of people aren't fully aware of, but it was introduced by the government back in 2014. It enables those who are subject to repeated antisocial behaviour to make a complaint if they feel it's not been sufficiently addressed, and the council then has to carry out a multi-agency review to check to see has that been dealt with appropriately, and if not, put an action plan in place. Now, the council does have some figures on its website about the number of community triggers that are taking place. Now, for some reason, they start in 2019, despite the fact the legislation was in 2014. But in 2019, there were 5 inquiries that were made under that, of which 3 met the threshold for review, and 3 cases where recommendations or action plans were made. Now, fortunately, there was an increase on that, Lord Mayor, because in 2020, we had 43 inquiries, of which 33 met the evidential threshold, and then there were 19 where there was an action plan. And then in 2021, we had 42 inquiries, so a slight drop. Number of inquiries meeting the case threshold, again down to 29, but of those 19 had a recommendations or action plan. Now, whilst clearly there is a significant improvement in that, I know full well from my inbox that there are lots of people being subject to repeated antisocial behaviour, and clearly I always encourage them to use the community trigger. But I suspect there are many out there who do not, or are not told about this mechanism they have. And that's particularly important because this council needs to have a joined-up approach to tackling with antisocial behaviour. And I always remember going back to the good old days when we had district committees, which is going back a while now. So for the newer members, once upon a time, the constituencies of councillors met together and had information shared on what the council services were providing in their area. And I remember a question raised by Councillor Des Hughes, particularly around antisocial behaviour in the housing department, because housing were very, very good at closing cases of antisocial behaviour because they passed them to another department to deal with, and they consider that closed. Now, that wasn't closed for that resident because they were still willing to be subjected to the antisocial behaviour. Quite often it was noise, but at that time, housing took the view that if they reported it to environmental health, case closed, job done, move on to the next one, and clearly that's not acceptable. There's also a situation where people will often have to complain about antisocial behaviour. The police will refer them to the council will refer them to the council will say, oh, you don't live in a council house, therefore we're not interested, despite the fact we have a community safety team, despite the fact as a local authority we can issue things like community protection notices on those engaging in antisocial behaviour. So residents who have been subject to these issues are being passed around, and it's not acceptable, and this council needs to get a grip and sort these issues out so we have a properly joined up approach so anyone suffering antisocial behaviour can have that properly addressed. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is public space protection orders, and I'm grateful that the Moseley one was raised early today because this was certainly the bane of my life in terms of Erdington. Now, for those who aren't familiar, public space protection order, designated area, it has to be specified on a map, but it gives additional powers to the police to tackle various forms of antisocial behaviour, such as street drinking and begging and such. And it allows them to disperse groups, and that's particularly useful for those areas where this is a problem. And in Erdington, it's the High Street, which for anyone who's familiar with Erdington, we had a PSPO back in 2016. They have to be in place for 3 years, you have to renew them. So the Erdington one expired in 2019. So despite clearly saying to the council, coming up to 2019, we need to get this renewed because obviously it's going to lapse, it was only last year we actually got that renewed. After constant fighting, after constant perseverance, despite the fact we had the full support of the police, they made, I think it was 2 or 3 bundle evidences in support of that PSPO, and yet this council still dragged its feet and didn't address that. And it's very disappointing because I know Harborne was affected by this, the city centre was affected, and clearly Moseley's been affected by this as well. I don't understand why the council is really, really struggling to do that, because the police, certainly from Erdington's perspective, are very keen to enforce this because they're getting constant complaints about this antisocial behaviour, but they don't have the powers to do that. And the one that can give them the powers is this council. So this council needs to get off its backside and move forward in addressing this to bring things forward. Now, just very quickly, because I am running out of time, Lord Mayor, touch on concierges, because again, this is very, very important. In Erdington, we have 13 tower blocks, most of which were served by a concierge service until this council decommissioned them back in 2015. Now, ironically, at the time, they billed that as a saving measure, because if you live in a tower block, you had to pay a service charge. The vast majority of that was covered by housing benefit, but there were some who were self-funders. But the concierge service provided a regular team of people who got on first terms with residents. They know they could go to if they had issues in their property or they needed help and advice or there was a repair issue. And these people had ownership of the area. And sadly, the council removed this, shipped them off into some central hub where they just simply communicate with people through a telephone and don't actually engage anymore. I'm running out of time now, Lord Mayor, so I just want to emphasise that we need to tackle antisocial behaviour in this city, and I do hope everyone will support our motion here today. Thank you.
Councillor Ken Wood to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the motion as proposed by my colleague Councillor Moore and seconded in my name. Lord Mayor, it's very clear that across the whole of the city there has been a marked rise, an increase in antisocial behaviour. Antisocial behaviour takes many forms, whether it's aimed at the individuals or whether it's aimed at building fabric itself. But regardless of the type of antisocial behaviour, one thing is clear, and that is it directly affects the living standards of those living with that antisocial behaviour going on round about them. And my colleague Councillor Moore covered most of that in his speech. However, I'd like to come at this from another direction, and just picking up on the comment, or the tail end of Councillor Moore's speech regarding concierges. Lord Mayor, on the 14th of June 2017, a terrible tragedy struck Grenfell Tower in London, a tragedy that took the lives of 72 people. As we all know, the resulting inquiry into the causes that led to such a horrific and sad happening has brought various things to light. We all know about the cladding, or we've heard about the cladding, but one of the other issues that has been reported was that fire doors being wedged open, rubbish and other items stored in the hallways, and indeed in some instances reportedly blocking the landings and the fire exits. There is still much to come out of the report, but one thing is the fact that what is coming down the line is the Building Safety Act that resulted from the inquiry, and that will be brought in to force this sometime soon. The Act will make landlords directly and legally responsible for the safety of tenants living in high-rise buildings, with a building safety manager effectively being held accountable by the Health and Safety Exec. The actual form that this person might take and how he is put in place remains to be decided. But one thing is certain, and that is that there will be a legal obligation to ensure everything possible has been done to ensure the safety of those living in those high-rise buildings. Lord Mayor, the Council has spent millions of pounds on installing sprinkler systems into the city's tower blocks, and should be very rightly applauded for doing that. But having a concierge on site would further enhance the safety of our tenants, as they would regularly patrol the blocks to ensure that the fire doors are closed, that rubbish is cleared, and that other items don't accumulate in the hallways and the fire exits. Basically, an on-site safety officer. So the reintroduction of concierges would not only enhance the quality of those living in the city's tower blocks, but equally important, add to the safety of our tenants. And it's the safety of those tenants who should be at the forefront of everybody's mind when considering whether to support our motion or not. Our tenants deserve to feel safe and secure. And just picking up on the Labour amendment regarding cost that might be attached to such a service being put in place, based on the feedback direct from tenants who would be eligible to pay for the service, they would be prepared to do it in the interest of feeling safe and secure in the place that they live. I move, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one amendment which will be debated with a motion. I call upon Councillor John Cotton to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the amendments in my name and that of Councillor Basharat Mahmood, which has been circulated around the chamber. As you probably gathered from that amendment, we broadly support the motion that's been moved by Councillors Moore and Councillor Wood. Complaints and concerns about antisocial behaviour are very real and a constant item. Certainly they're raised at the public meetings I go to. They're a feature of my inbox and post bag, because people occasionally do still write to me. So, you know, it's very clear that it's a very real issue, and the impact it has upon our communities and our citizens is appalling. And we can all share cases, I think, of, from our own words, where lives have been ruined and communities undermined by the actions of an antisocial minority. Can also welcome the recognition in the motion and in your speeches for the hard work that our council staff and our colleagues in the police do to tackle antisocial behaviour and support our communities. They do an incredibly tough job. I do have to say that job has been made tougher, frankly, by the decade of cuts that we've been through. The 60% plus reduction to this council's budget has meant less staff and less resource available to support the local interventions and the projects that we know that we need to tackle antisocial behaviour. And the loss of 2,000 plus police officers in the West Midlands, again the result of government cuts over the last decade or so, has also had a direct impact. Less officers means less less neighbourhood policing capacity, and that has visible consequences in our communities as well. Now, we're certainly investing in trying to close that gap. There's more resource going into the community safety team in the council, and I know that the PCC is working hard to put more coppers back on the streets as well. But nevertheless, there's a gap that's been created, not just in terms of capacity, but also in terms of the experience that we've lost over that period, and it's going to take time and effort to close that gap again. And I don't think you can discuss what's happening around antisocial behaviour and crime in this city without recognising and accepting those facts. I absolutely agree that we also need to ensure that there's effective join-up between the strategic and operational work on antisocial behaviour. And I've noted some of the examples of issues being moved between agencies that Councillor Moore referred to in his speech. And I'll be very keen to look at specific examples of cases like that so we can see where perhaps some of those issues have emerged. But this is something that the Community Safety Partnership is already working on. We've got locality-based partnership pilots with the police out in Lozells, in Spark Hill and Spark Brook. We're now extending those to Erdington and Stockland Green. There's partnership work that's been undertaken to do things like secure the injunction against car cruising, and there's some excellent work that our frontline street intervention officers do as well. Over the course of this year, we'll be continuing to take forward those initiatives, and we'll also be looking to reform the local partnership delivery groups. Again, this is something that's come out of many of the conversations I've had with colleagues in this chamber, so we can get a tighter focus on neighbourhood problems and better engagement with elected members and the local communities they serve. With regard to antisocial behaviour in tower blocks, this is something that Councillor Thompson, as the Cabinet Member for Housing, will be looking at, and I'll be working with her. Obviously, as the original motion points out, and Councillor Wood mentioned this in his speech, the role of the building safety manager that comes in through that act will be important in some of our larger blocks, and we'll need to look at how this fits into that wider response to antisocial behaviour. It's also important to remember, and of course this is the point that we make in our amendment, that any new services need to be funded. And I've noted again, Councillor Wood, your comment in your speech there. But we are, of course, in the midst of a serious cost of living crisis, so I think it's right that we need to think carefully about the impact of additional service charges and also what other options may be available to address these very important and very serious issues for residents. And it's also vital that we engage and consult with residents on this, and again, that is something that we set out in our amendment. I also welcome some of the comments that have been made around the community trigger, something of which residents have been making use of, as the written answer that I provided to Councillor Higgs earlier today makes clear. I can also confirm that every complainant who contacts the council about an antisocial behaviour case is made aware of their right to use the community trigger. And we also strengthened that process in the last year, and that is maybe well be reflected in some of the figures that were quoted. We've introduced a pre-assessment stage, so there's earlier engagement with complainants, and we're ensuring that those cross-agency panels that hear community trigger cases have independent chairs as well. I would, Lord Mayor, like to say a word about public space protection orders and the Council's position with regard to their usage. And I appreciate that from time to time, and perhaps for various motives, suggestions have been made that the Council won't use them or is reluctant to use them. This is not true. We can and we do use PSPOs, and we already have a number in place at locations across the city. And of course, as you heard, proposals are coming forward for others locally as well. But what we can't do, and this is a matter of legal fact, is impose public space protection orders without the supporting evidence to show the order is actually needed. And indeed, that was the issue in the case of Harborne that Councillor Moore referred to, when the police actually decided not to proceed on the basis of the evidence that had been collated. And what this means is that we do have to work with the police and others to assemble a robust case to put an order in place, and that needs to be a case that will withstand any potential legal challenges. And a lot of work is put into doing this, and there's work going on in localities on various proposals at the moment. That said, I've taken note of the comments that have been made by one or two colleagues this afternoon, and I will be picking up those specific issues around any delays that we need to avoid. So PSPOs are an important and a useful tool, but they're not a panacea to every single problem. They're one of the tools in the box that we have, and we need to ensure that evidence is key. Finally, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to come back to this point about resources, and that the motion is correct. We do need adequate funding to tackle antisocial behaviour, and I made that point in my opening remarks about the impact of spending cuts. And I'm very happy, again, to call on government to provide that adequate funding. I don't know whether councillors would more have the same objection to writing letters that Councillor Bennett has, but whichever way you wish to communicate with government, I'm very happy to join you in doing so. But what we do need to do is ensure that government ends its obsession with just providing short-term one-off funding for initiatives and projects. Any additional resources are welcome, and we'll always be the first in line to bid for those, but those short-term solutions do not create the long-term answers that communities need. We need sustained funding with fewer strings attached so we can focus on the issues that our constituents are telling us about, target the problems that our own and the police's data tell us about antisocial behaviour, and design solutions together in partnership with our communities. And you can't do that with a one-off one-year pot of funding here and there. So with that, Lord Mayor, I move the amendment and hope that we can come to some consensus around moving forward this afternoon. Thank you.
Councillor Bashrat Mahmood to second the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As the Councillor for Pipe Hayes, I know that antisocial behaviour is one of the most important issues that my residents face. When I was elected, I pledged to work with the Council, the police and the other stakeholders to help to make the community of Pipe Hayes safer and more pleasant for everyone. Lord Mayor, that is why I was pleased to be asked to second the Labour amendment to the Conservative motion today. Across this chamber, we are in agreement that antisocial behaviour can make lives a misery and that communities can be blighted by the actions of an unruly few who seek to cause trouble. Within my ward, whether in the area of Springthorpe Green or Birches Green, my residents have told me about the challenges that they face. In my time as a councillor, I have become aware of just how difficult it can be to find a solution, and that the responsibility is split between the council, the police and the landlords. The solutions to antisocial behaviour, Lord Mayor, are complex. There is no quick fix, and this is partly because the causes of antisocial behaviour are complex. Lord Mayor, on this side of the chamber, we're interested to read that the Conservative group were calling on their own government for additional funding to tackle antisocial behaviour. Over the past 13 years, Conservative governments have slashed funding from youth services, cut £800 million from Birmingham City Council, and have devastated police numbers, with West Midlands Police having 1,000 fewer police officers than in 2010. Lord Mayor, it is little wonder that communities across our city, including in Pipe Hayes, are struggling with antisocial behaviour. We must be clear that there is no easy fix, and the council has a responsibility to all that it can keep communities safe and help them thrive, which is why the Labour group is happy to accept this motion with a few important changes. But Lord Mayor, the government must give councils and police forces the funds that they need to restore pride in our communities. I know that this Labour Council is happy to call on the government for more funding for the City Council and the police, but I, for one, don't hold much hope. It's clear, Lord Mayor, that we need a Labour government to come in and fix the problems that have been left behind by 13 years of Conservative rule. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And some interesting contributions there. It's particularly interesting when you look at the Labour amendment, and Councillor Cotton touched on it, talking about that issue of obviously the concierge service would have to be paid for, and it might impact on tenants therefore having to pay an additional charge. I do wonder if Councillor Cotton realises that the council didn't remove the concierge charge when it got rid of the concierge service. It turned it to a nighttime security charge. Tenants pay £11.44. So tenants are already paying to have proper security on their estates, and have been ever since that service was removed some 7 years ago. And I'll give you a quote from Edington Local, which did a story actually about another aspect of the charges. It was a sheltered housing scheme where the council still charged the residents for sheltered housing when they stopped providing sheltered housing. And this is a young mother, I quote, living in Stanley's Tower, explained, "We pay £11.44 a week for night security, despite the council removing all of the cameras in the block and the intercom calls going straight to our flat after a certain time instead of going through the concierge. And this is the issue. That concierge service provided support for those vulnerable tenants in the block who really actually needed that additional comfort from the security it was provided. And that point about removing the cameras, it's actually worse than that. What the council did was they went along, cameras in a block, they switched them off. You could think, leave it as a dummy camera. People might still think there's a camera there. No, the council didn't want anyone to think there might be a camera there. They drilled metal plates over the cameras, so anyone going in knew there was no cameras there. Not even letting them be left as dummy cameras to help try and keep tenants safe. So I appreciate the Labour amendment trying to suggest there's a cost to all of this, and of course there is, but tenants are still paying for proper security, and that is what they deserve. And when you go around some of the blocks, and I'll talk some examples from my ward, but I'm sure other councillors have it as well, and Councillor Moore's touched on some of those issues in Edmonton. When you go around the Abbeyfields estate, there are issues which weren't there when we had the concierge there. Because issues like doors getting propped open, that then allowed drug dealers in, and serious antisocial behaviour didn't happen. Because the concierge was on site and able to go around, and when he saw on a camera doors open, shut it. Really simple solution to causing really serious social issues. And that's why it's so important, actually, the council really does bring back this service. And it's not the only example. There are more I could talk about. The other aspects of the amendment, of the motion, that also I think really worth looking at, and we raised this at Cabinet before, is the issue of using the antisocial behaviour data to now look at expanding the selective licensing scheme. At the time that was introduced, a very thin version of all the data that could be used under the law to determine what wards would be eligible for selective licensing was chosen to be used. At the time, the answer given was because the council didn't have that data. The council now has collected that data. So it really is vital. Again, actually, we've got the power to be able to request a change to that scheme for a wider area. Now we have the data, we should do that piece of work. And then on the public space protection orders, Lord Mayor, we heard Councillor Cotton talk about he couldn't put them in where there isn't police support. Of course, what we've also heard from years in Erdington when we were raising it, and about Moseley today, is the council couldn't put them in when there was police support. I mean, the Erdington police had to go through the process of doing 2 lots of data collection, valuable police time, because the council delayed so long. That's police time which could have been spent on the street wasted because the council didn't deal with the first lot of evidence they were given. So that process really does need improving and streamlining, and making sure that when the current public space protection orders expire, they don't require 3 years gap again to get a replacement one in. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I know from experience in my own ward, antisocial behaviour can really cause issues for residents. It can be really intractable problems and hard to tackle without the investment of time and staff resource. Which is why, as with most problems, it's better to try and tackle these at the root cause rather than dealing with the symptoms. Dealing with issues before they become bigger and more difficult, or stop them happening at all. So, for example, bringing back the concierge service would be a good start in doing this. Having staffing and better staffing means control over who is in and who enters blocks, and gives residents in those blocks much more security and feel much more confident in that security. Residents often feel left unsupported, so as well as the concierge service, generally we need more support and better management from council housing department and other council departments, so tenants and that with needs are supported, and their equivalents in housing associations and private landlords also do better with this. So when problems arrive, they can be dealt with before they escalate and become intractable. Too often residents are left unsupported, and there isn't an easy recourse when problems first appear. Another way of, again, tackling those root causes would be investment in things for people to do. And while I'm very wary of the trope that all antisocial behaviour is caused by young people hanging around and all kids hanging around and committing ASB, it would help if there was more to do and more for young people to stop young people getting involved in maybe antisocial behaviour or other activities. The council shut down a lot of the youth centres during those early waves of austerity in this city, which will not have helped to be able to provide services and activities to do for young people. My ward has one of the last few youth centres left, so I know from that the positive work that they do and the impact it has on having that resource. So again, if the council is serious about tackling those issues, then continued greater investment in youth centres and youth services would be another action the council could take. It also goes without saying that the biggest root cause of all this are the socio-economic circumstances that the communities find themselves in. Poverty, unemployment and lack thereof are all factors that need to be tackled at root causes, although obviously this is the toughest one to do. So, in tackling antisocial behaviour, let's make sure the council looks at the root causes and tries to tackle these as much as possible through better staffing and management, better youth services and doing all it can to continue to tackle poverty and deprivation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gareth Moore to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in the spirit of Councillor Khan in the previous one, I'm surprised more Labour people didn't speak on that debate. So, but never mind. I'm certainly grateful for their contribution, at least anyway. So, just very quickly through the contribution. So, Ken, thank you very much for seconding the motion and particularly for making the connections with Grenfell and the importance of health and safety in tower blocks and the importance that concierge services can have in achieving that. Also like to thank Julian for his support, and I fully agree with him that we need to tackle the root causes of antisocial behaviour rather than just the symptoms, and certainly would also agree that not all antisocial behaviour is caused by young people, because certainly in some of the cases I've dealt with, the individuals responsible have been of a considerable age. Robert, thank you also for your contribution as well. We share the same ward, so very familiar with the issues facing there, but certainly the issues around the concierge and the CCTV are incredibly important, and the added value that concierge services can provide, because certainly I know from conversations we've had with residents that whilst there was a reduction when they abolished the concierge service, actually people don't feel safe in their homes anymore. They're constantly being plagued with antisocial behaviour, with youths being intimidating and threatening in tower blocks, hanging around at night, etc. And also the sheer spike in fly tipping as well that's taken place in a lot of estates like Abbeyfield. So the concierge has an important way of being a friendly face to help these people through these challenges, and they certainly was not the case, and it's been very noticeable in Erdington how that's got a lot worse since then. Councillor Cotton, thank you very much for your support for our motion today. It's very, very much appreciated. So I know you say you claim to support PSPOs, but our experience in Erdington would suggest that the council is very much not of the case. As Robert's pointed out and I said earlier, the police put in 2 evidence bundles in support of that, and still the council dragged its feet. I mean, it took so long to do it. We're considering putting in our application for our next PSPO now, despite the fact we've still got 2.5 years left on it because it took so long last time. And particularly around the comments around police officers as well, lost police officers, you know, I'm very disappointed the fact that we lost police officers, but the fact is that you can only enforce a PSPO where there's one in place. It's the council that puts it in place, not the police. And it doesn't matter whether you have 1,000 or 10,000. If you don't put a PSPO in place, it doesn't matter how many officers you have in terms of enforcing that, which is why it's really important that where there's demand for that, and our motion reflects the fact it has to have some police support, that we provide these as soon as possible. And I do hope that the Moseley gets off the ground sooner rather than later. And then finally, I just want to end, and I also agree with you about a lot of the good work that is taking place with tackling antisocial behaviour. I'm very familiar with that from my work on the Police and Crime Panel and North Birmingham LPDG, or whatever the acronym is. So, but one of the comments I would make is that offers little comfort to those who are struggling with antisocial behaviour, who are reporting and feel let down and not getting the support that they need. So I do think that whilst there is good work taking place, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. But I just want to end with Basharat Mahmood. I believe that was your maiden speech, so congratulations on that. You mentioned Springthorpe Green, something very familiar with, because that used to be in Erdington pre-2018, so very familiar with the antisocial behaviour issues that you've had to deal with there. So, and I do hope that a resolution can be found for that. But you did seem to be surprised that we're calling on the government to provide funding for Birmingham. I appreciate you're a new councillor, but that's actually something we've done a lot on this side of the chamber. We've done many cross-party letters. No, the leader, I don't want to be heckled by the leader, because you know that this side, for you, Lord Mayor, that we've supported cross-party motions for fairer funding for Birmingham, so that is not true. We've always been willing to hold the government to account and ask for more money for Birmingham and for our residents. So to suggest that is not the case is not true. Now, I appreciate you're newly elected, so you wouldn't be aware of that, but the leader is fully aware of that, so I'm very disappointed that he's trying to heckle me. And I'll be holding to account over that at our next drink session. So, but on that, Lord Mayor, I believe I've covered everything. So I am grateful for everyone supporting our motion here today, and I do hope that we can make a difference in tackling the antisocial behaviour that is sadly blighting Birmingham far too often. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor John Cotton and seconded by Councillor Bashrat Mahmood. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried.
Are you satisfied? We're going to get that.
I know we're going to get that. Names will be taken. Ring the bell. Who rings the bell? Do we have to wait till this bell finishes? Bell goes on too long.
And we were on time as well.
I know.
Do you have the instructions, Lord Mayor? It's a long 2 minutes, isn't it?
It takes such a long time, 2 minutes. Lock the doors. Will members now cast their votes? Those in favour of the motion or amendment, press the plus button. And those against the motion, stroke amendment, press the minus button. Those wishing to abstain should press the cross button. Have you all voted?
Have they all voted?
I've just asked, have you all voted? Yes. That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Colleagues, that concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you for attending and safe journey home.